Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. As-salatu wassalam ala Rasulillahi sallallahu alayhi wasallam. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And a very good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, one and all. Welcome to the third day of the 15th ICIEF, brought to you by the International Islamic University of Malaysia and co-organized by the Ministry of Finance as well as IAIE. Once again, my name is Aizuddin. It has been a delight to be emceeing this event for the past 2.5 days, and we will still continue and kick things off with the first parallel session that is happening in the main hall today. And before I forget, before I move on, I would like to also remind everyone once again, especially those who walked in, if you haven't already, please do scan the QR code that you see on screen right now to register your attendance for today. We will begin shortly. Now, ladies and gentlemen, just to recap, yesterday and the first day as well, we went through a very engaging number of sessions, plenary sessions and parallel sessions, where we talked about realizing a sustainable humane economy, socially responsible in investments, issues, and the way forward in Islamic finance and economics education with many pertinent and eminent scholars from around the world. And alhamdulillah, we hope to continue that same trend with today's sessions. Speaking of today's session, the first one is what we call the Asas Symposium. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the title of this symposium is Navigating the Path of Economic Sustainability and Community Empowerment in Islamic Social Finance. With us today, we have a number of very qualified esteemed panelists. Firstly, we have Ahmad Hafiz Abdul Aziz, the Principal Assistant Secretary of the Fiscal and Economics Division at the Ministry of Finance, Malaysia. Associate Professor Dr. Ziyad Muhammad, the Lead Researcher of Sharia of the Center of Excellence at the Center of Excellence Islamic Social Finance at ICIEF University. Nick Sharizal Sulaiman, the partner of ESG Sharia and Internal Audit at PwC Malaysia. And to moderate this session is none other than Mr. Makta Abdullah, the CEO of the Association of Sharia Advisors in Islamic Finance, ASAS. With that, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to the moderator and the panelists for your first session of today.
Warahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. And very good morning. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. It is an honor to start the third day of this 15th International Conference of Islamic Economics and Finance in Kuala Lumpur this year. I think for the last 2 days, we've been talking about so many things. But I would like to remind myself, the fellow distinguished panelists on stage, and everyone that sitting here, and those who are on their way, as we are sitting here comfortably, we have our brothers and sisters in Gaza that are suffering. So may Allah give them strength, may Allah guide them, may Allah also protect them, inshallah. So it is an honor again to be here with the three distinguished fellows, colleague of mine, my guru to a certain extent, of colorful background. We have Associate Professor Dr. Ziyad with more than colorful background and again wide experience. I will share with you. I don't plan to read their profile, but as along the way when I ask questions in between the moderating later on, I will introduce them. But one thing for sure, the word that they say will justify who they are and why they on stage today to share their knowledge. we have Brother Hafiz on the center. He is also a colorful person that have a wide experience. We have Brother Nick, who worked in UK, who worked in Malaysia on various capacity, but went deep into a wider accounting space. Let me also thank the organizer. Let me congratulate Professor Dr. Azmi Omar, Dr. Geru, Dr. Zira, Prof. Noraini, Dr. Sakina, and I hope I can mention everyone for a very successful event that we were given a short notice and a high task that we're supposed to deliver. Okay, can we give a round of applause to the secretariat of the program? And also thank you to Asas team for make this thing happen. All right. As I mentioned earlier, I don't plan to read the profile of each panelist, but what I'll try to do is that for the last 2 days, we've been talking about concept, we've been talking about big picture, we've been talking about economic factors, and to start this session, I would like to bring everyone a little bit to the ground. We'll try to land on a proper runway as regard to what we've been talking about. Yeah. We have Brother Aziz, Brother Hafiz. Yeah. Just to let you know that he is now working for Ministry of Finance for the government of Malaysia. So along the way, of course, we can look at the topics, the discussion that we had from various angles, perspective, views, and opinion. We can go on and on around the topics, but allow me to moderate this session, navigating the 3 distinguished panelists from the perspective for the next 1.5 hours. Hopefully, we can have an opportunity for Q&A session towards the end of the schedule, inshallah. Okay, we go for the first round. We had a burning Prime Minister address by Yang Amat Berhormat, PMX, Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Seri Anwar Ibrahim, on the first day of the session. Brother Hafiz, with your more than 18 years relevant experience in various sectors, including financial sector specialist at World Bank Group in Malaysia, can you help us to understand in the next 10-15 minutes as to how and what are the efforts taken by Ministry of Finance and Malaysian government in advancing sustainability in Malaysia, insyaAllah. Tafadhal.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning. First of all, I would like to say thank you very much to the organizer, Asas, Mr. Mahtar, my guru here, Dr. Ziad, and another panelist, Nik Shahrizal. Ladies and gentlemen, actually it is an honor for me to be here to share my thought related to the topic on, I can say, like harmonizing Islamic finance and sustainability. Together with all the Islamic finance experts here, the Sharia advisors, development practitioners, and other stakeholders. I think the topic of Islamic finance and sustainability is no longer alien compared to those years. Thanks, especially in Malaysia, thanks to the efforts taken by the financial regulator like Bank Negara, AC, and even the LOFSA in deepening the Malaysia Islamic sustainable finance. The guidance document, for instance, like the value-based intermediation, social, sustainable and responsible investments, and then the last year, the Sharia, the Maqasid Sharia guidance document. These are those examples of a document issued by the financial regulator in deepening the Islamic sustainable finance. From the government perspective, I would like to share a little bit on the government efforts in greening the economy, including the sustainability. If you look at the document, for instance, the 12 Malaysia economic plans, there is 11 and 12, there is a dedicated chapters on greening the economy and sustainability. Even if you look at the 12th Malaysia Plan, which will end next year, there is efforts taken by governments in transforming Malaysia economic from the linear economy to the sustainable circular economy. And then the last year, the moderator mentioned that the Prime Minister announced the economy Madani. So this will be our main economic agenda. It will be supported by the several guidance documents. If you look at the last year, the government tabled the midterm review, 12 Malaysia plans. There are 5 high growth, high value industry identified. One of the industry is energy transitions, meaning the renewable energy, energy efficiency, even the agriculture and agro-based, as well as the digital, part of the industry identified as high growth, high value industry under the 12th, the review, midterm review, the 12th Malaysia Plan, which will end next year. And then this economy banding also will be supported by the roadmap, the NETR, the National Energy Transition Roadmap, the Hydrogen Economy and Technology Roadmap, as well as the NIMP, the National Industrial Master Plan 2030. So again, if you look at those documents, the sustainability will become a key agenda under the Malaysia governments. Let me share a little bit about the efforts taken by the Malaysia government in terms of greening the economy. I think the first one, I think like in 2021, the government issued the Global Sustainability Sukuk. It's like $800 million with 10 years maturity, where the proceeds will be used for healthcare, school, or the social infrastructure project. Even the government MGII, if you notice about the domestic issuance, the Malaysia government investment issue, the MGII also embed the element sustainability. I think in 2022 and 2023, so roughly around 4.5 and 5.5 billion ringgit, sukuk denominated in ringgit, embedded the element of sustainability. Meaning this is part of the Malaysia government commitment, if you are aware about the Paris Climate Agreement signed in 2015. So this is a part of the Malaysia government commitment for the Paris Climate Agreement and the UN SDG. And then another initiative taken by government, the ecological fiscal transfers. There is a dedicated fund provided by the government to the state government to protect their forests. So I think in 2019, the amount is like 60 million, and then the 2023 is 150 million, and this year will be 200 million. So this is part of the government initiative. And then from the I think the SME part, the government also provide the Green Tech Financing Scheme. So this is the scheme that government provide support for the SME, especially in the green product like renewable energy, energy efficiency, where the government subsidize like 1.5% from the profit rate, as well as government guarantee 60 to 80% from the loan approved. And then among the support also, I think like if you are familiar with the carbon pricing, this is the latest discussion globally, where by hook or by crook, any country need to develop their own carbon pricing mechanism. If you look at the globally, they start the discussion about the carbon border adjustment mechanism, where if you are not in that particular industry, meaning maybe your business will be impacted if you want to export, especially to the country that already imposed for you to align with the ESG. This is another example that government will develop the carbon policy. Currently, we have the VCM, Voluntary Carbon Market, led by the Bursa. I think this is part of the efforts taken by the Malaysia government in greening the economy. I think maybe we can start another round. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Hafiz, for a very broad introduction of what we want to cover today. Brother Nick, I was looking at your profile in LinkedIn. Your description is that making complex simple. That's you. I mean, I know you since 20 years ago. With more than 23 years in experience as a partner in PwC Malaysia, you have also worked for Morgan Stanley in UK and KPMG in UK. Guide us to connect the dot between what we are doing in Malaysia and what's happening globally. How does social finance, now we jump into social finance, difference from traditional form of investment, and what are some emerging trends or innovation shaping the landscape of social finance globally? Yeah, thanks.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and good morning to all of you. Thank you very much for coming to see us today. Thank you also to the organizer for inviting me and my fellow colleagues to this wonderful event. And also, thank you. It's a great pleasure to see you again, Encik Mahta. I think it's been a few years that we last saw each other. It's such a pleasant surprise to see a familiar face. So I will put my answer on a few in a few level. Number one, you ask about the difference between social finance and traditional finance. There are many definitions, but to me, the simplest explanation on the difference is social finance has an extra layer where, in addition to looking at economic rewards and benefits, which underpins most economic activities anywhere in the world, social finance is defined as certain activities which considers additional factors such as social issues, community, and environmental issues. The history of social finance is not new. Based on my research, many of our great global institutions, be it in education or healthcare, actually comes in the form of social finance, through wakaf, through donation and endowment and so on. I'm sure, as many of you are aware, great institutions such as Al-Azhar University, or even Oxford or Cambridge, and Harvard University, which was established by John Harvard, it was actually done in the form of endowment. One can argue that it is a form of social finance. And even hospitals, medical institutions, I think, one of the hospital that I went to visit recently, Royal Free Hospital in the UK, actually started from the concept of endowment, and we see a lot of these examples in the Islamic civilizations as well. So I think the point is that the concept of social finance, even though it's a bit different than traditional finance, it's not new. It's been there for the longest of time. Now, your second question is about trend. I'm going to put it into a few points, because this is a very broad topic. I'm just going to give 3 points, and then maybe I stop there, and then we can explore it further. I think the trend number one that I see on the topic of social finance is that there has been increasing, as a matter of fact, I would even use a stronger word than that, stronger emphasis, awareness on the responsibility to contribute back to the community. We always hear the word ESG, the word SRI, which stands for Sustainable and Responsible Investment. Again, these concepts are not new, but it has taken a lot more focus recently all over the world. There are many factors behind that awareness. I think, after various financial crises and so on, many communities around the world started to question about how economic systems are supposed to function. Is it there to just simply provide economic rewards to the capital providers, or is it bigger than that? And the discussion has now been going towards more socially responsible investment. So, for example, if we look at the amount of, the global data, if we look at asset under management globally, there are many sources, but one of the common estimates is that there are about $100 trillion of asset under management globally. Close to 30 or 40% of those asset under management have been defined as SRI, or socially and responsible investment, which means that there is a huge amount of capital around the world, capital that can be used towards many projects, through various instruments that can be allocated, in terms of social finance. So I think that's number one. That there is a bigger move, bigger awareness on social finance. Trend number two, I'm starting to see that this agenda has now taken not just form into a philosophical discussion, but more into laws and regulations. So for example, that if we look at various jurisdictions around the world, there are many regulations which requires a listed entity to start looking at climate change and to start disclosing data and information to show how they are complying with certain climate change regulations. And even in Malaysia, Bursa came out with a sustainability guide which talks about, from December last year, a few months ago, if you are an listed entity, you are supposed to provide data on 11 material issues, or to be specific, 9 last year and 2 this year, in total 11, that covers all topics from environment, social, and governance. So for example, in the past, if you are a listed entity, you are supposed to provide financial information, but now if you are a listed entity, you have to provide financial information and non-financial information, covering issues such as emission, energy efficiency, diversity, labor rights, labor issues, and so on. So there is a trend towards regulatory development. And number 3, finally, because of the trends happening around the world and also the regulatory pressure, we are starting to see there are a lot more innovative products being applied in the market. So rather than just traditional equities and bond investments, we are seeing instruments such as green bonds, sustainability-linked bonds, impact investing funds, and so on. So there are a lot more instruments which are available in the market right now, which facilitate towards social finance. So overall, I think in summary, those are the key trends that I've seen. In summary, there are a lot more focus and movement towards this particular agenda, and as a result, I think we are looking at a different paradigm of economic activities right now, globally and also in Malaysia. Thank you.
Right. Alhamdulillah. This is just a warm-up. Yeah. Then we had Brother Hafiz talking about what happening in Malaysia. We had Brother Nick connecting the dot between what we are doing in Malaysia and what happening globally. Now we go down to the institution level with Dr. Ziad. Okay, Associate Professor Dr. Ziad, you have consulted, advised financial institutions and regulators in Islamic finance in areas of regulation, social finance, fintechs, Islamic law for almost 25 years. You doesn't look that senior. You still look very young. Okay. His work spans over 20 countries with more than 12,000 participants attending his training. His last training was last night until about 11:30. I don't know which time zone. Yeah. Can you share with us now? I think you have a slide to share. Yeah, there's a slide. Where is Islamic finance today? Tell us also where we are going in the next 10 years and our growth path. Are we in line with the inputs given by Brother Hafiz and also Brother Nick? Tafadhal.
Jazakumullah khair. Okay, and I've been given power, am I? Okay. All right, so while that gets in, thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Okay, got it. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيد المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين أما بعد اللهم افتح علينا بحكمتك وانشر علينا برحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. Thank you very much once again for the kind invitation to my dear brother Encik Makhtar and to the honorable and respected panelists. They've already given us an excellent introduction into what is happening right now in terms of ESG, green, and that very powerful word, sustainability. A student asked me last night, I have a problem. How do I find literature that refers to sustainability in business, longevity, meaning the original understanding of sustainability was, how can my business be a going concern existing for the next 20 years? Because I can't find literature, he says, on that anymore. All I can find is that sustainability equals environment, green, responsible. And this is the reality. We are in this age where human beings are taking cognizance of environment, of humanity once again. And it's quite ironic because if you look globally, unfortunately, we are in a state of conflict that is unprecedented since the World War. So whilst we are more aware of these social issues, green and environmental issues, and we have sophisticated instruments out there, the reality is that inequality is increasing in countries that we expected would be the more advanced economies. In countries like where I come from South Africa, by the way. A country like South Africa repealed that apartheid law way back in 1994. But South Africa is one of the most unequal societies on earth. So we are supposed to have been doing some good to see a positive impact, but we don't always see that. Well, that's, the human element, as they say. Islamic finance is also susceptible to the human element. So as much of precision and good thought and value-based approaches and ethical approaches that you'd like to instill within Islamic finance, it's still human beings that are carrying out these strategies. And that's where the moral hazard still appears. Nonetheless, let's quickly look at the slides. Well, we've learned a lot from pandemic. We've learned a lot from the European crisis, the debt crisis. We've learned much from the global financial crisis. And although we learn from that, we do tend to repeat our mistakes, just in different forms. If you look at the pandemic, we received statistics from the World Bank saying, well, we may have 500 million people slipping into poverty during pandemic. And recovery from pandemic is going to be years ahead. The strange thing is that Oxfam reports that between March 2020 and November 2021, the 10 wealthiest men in the world doubled their wealth. They doubled their wealth in a time when the world is actually suffering from a depression or a recession. The wealthiest people double their wealth. So our current economic policies are certainly not effective enough to see a better world in the future. And with all the economists, and due respect to them, that have spoken over the last 2 days, my question again is, if we were so effective in economic policy, why are we still seeing the same problems? In fact, it's just exponential when we face a disruption. Now, the question is, have we actually learnt from this process? Well, we said we've introduced social finance. Now, social finance is nothing new to Islamic. I mean, you know that Islamic economics, which is the umbrella concept, is focused on a redistribution of wealth, the prohibition of the concentration of wealth in the hands of a few, and looking at benefit for all. At the same time, it protects private ownership, it looks at giving opportunity to those that put in an effort, and there's no limit to the amount of money that you can generate. So it's a very well-balanced scenario, and it may be seen as a foundation of what we see in modern capitalism, communism, and socialism, all taking certain elements of an Islamic economic philosophy. But if we effectively implement that philosophy, then we should see change. Now, part of that redistribution approach is that social finance objective. And social finance primarily, as you've heard, waqf, zakat, sadaqah. But we don't limit social finance to that. When we bring it back to the industry, because we want to see how that can be effectively implemented in products, then you see that Islamic banks have actually taken an initiative to introduce products and services that use blended financing structures. And this is not hearsay. These are products that we personally have developed for some banks in this country and outside. Now, you might question, how does that work when a bank has a profit motive, yet they want to do something social. So is that their CSR objective? Is that just achieving their CSR strategy for the year? Well, no. That's the old days. CSR, being a tiny little portion of the overall turnover, is something that we have overcome and integrated into the broader mission and vision of a bank. Through value-based intermediation, you now have a structure of corporate value intent, CVI, corporate value intent, that works all the way from the top and changes the strategy, the mission, the vision, the objectives, and the overall business plan into something that builds the stakeholders, the community around them, simply because, and it's not a selfless initiative, simply because they want to be, and remember the old definition of sustainable, you want the business to be a going concern in the next 20 years. So the sustainability objective, the social finance objective, is really ensuring that customers are empowered enough to patronize the bank and make the bank more money. You know, it goes back to an Ayn Rand philosophy in the 60s. She said that people think that when they support those that are poor, they do it out of a social initiative. It's altruistic. She argues that altruism is selfish. We help others because we want to feel good ourselves. There's always another benefit. From the Islamic perspective, when we help others, we look for reward in the hereafter, we look for the pleasure of Allah. And from the Islamic finance perspective, we look at the profit initiative, which is perfectly halal, but at the same time, we do look at socio-economic empowerment as we go along. Products that have been implemented over the last few years include products like wasiya, or inheritance structures, that guide customers to structure an inheritance plan that ensures the fara'id, the inheritance rules are fulfilled, but at the same time, there's a portion that's bequeathed to those that are in need. And there is a structure there that ensures that there is sadaqah jariyah. So they put it in such funds that will continuously reap rewards for the beneficiaries as well as themselves when they are no longer above the earth. Now, in order to implement this, industry is reviving this duty of care. It used to be completely a profit motive. We are now in a TBL, or triple bottom line scenario. And in order to do that, we need to look at projects like urban farming as a mainstream banking product, vertical farming and aquaponics, supporting nano and micro enterprises, using digital platforms, mobilizing zakat as a form of a guarantee to support asnaf that are entrepreneurs. Now, I can only pepper, the discussion with all of these ideas. I know each one of them will require a session, but it's important to know that Islamic banks are taking an initiative to actually change the way Islamic banking is promoting itself or developing its products. Now, a quick summary of where we are at today. Because whilst Islamic banking is mobilizing social finance, we also have another emergent philosophy that's coming out from the conventional side, and that is ethical banking. Ethical banking? You mean conventional banking has been unethical for the last 300 years? Why suddenly ethical? Well, it's because we have understood that supporting others is supporting ourselves. That altruistic, selfish objective again, In order to build our own bank, we build others. And when we're building others, if you look at the first banks that established themselves way back 1400s, taking deposits all the way up to the 2020s, you look at several initiatives that have gone along, like the 1980s and the most famous ethical bank, Triodos, regarded as the first ethical bank in the world coming out of the Netherlands. This bank has implemented structures from house financing, incentivizing biodiversity and green home mortgages, looking at employees and their well-being and supporting them. So the profit initiative is there, shareholders are protected, shareholders receive a dividend, but that dividend is socially responsible. And that means that everything from car financing to micro-entrepreneur support is all within an ethical paradigm. Now, what's been happening over the last few years is we've had a plethora of standards being issued. You've got the UNEP FI way back in 1992, and then GABV, which has been implemented more recently, Equator Principles 2003, and it went on and it goes on. We have new frameworks coming up all the time, and it's very difficult to keep track of these frameworks. And unfortunately, when you have an Islamic bank that is supposed to implement even some of these responsible principles, they ask, which one? Which one do we implement? Because BNM says VBI, and you have green bond principles, net zero banking alliance. It's really a confusing landscape of standards. Now, it's easier to understand if you simply summarize them into focus areas. But I want you to see something of a pattern, of a trend coming out from these focus areas. If you look at each of these initiatives, these frameworks, they generally talk about the same things. They talk about transparency, they talk about trust, justice, fairness, responsibility, economic democracy, not predatory capitalism, economic democracy. I'm saying that again because this underpins Islamic finance, giving access of financing to all, and a financial inclusion which is economically motivated, not just a bank account, but ensuring that you support people to be involved in the market. If you receive a salary in your bank account and clear it a few hours later with all your payments, that's hardly financial inclusion. Financial inclusion is utilizing financing to grow, and like that, you have a better standard of living. Now, as I say, if you look at all of these policies, they underpin what Islamic does stand for. But we must be careful. Why? Because whenever we see this, we very quickly say, well, you know, Maqasid Sharia had this already. This is old hat for Islamic. But then where are the metrics? Where is the measurable indicator that you've used, that you've translated the maqasid into strategy? Where are the operational objectives rather than just broad principles, with due respect to what has been done over the last few years? If we are to talk about maqasid within the SDG, ESG, SRI, SII frameworks, then it must be indicator-driven, KPI-driven. We must be able to change the way we're doing things to say that the maqasid approach has really resulted in this positive output. Then we can say that, well, the maqasid already had it. What's our current appetite for ethical banking? Well, if you look at sustainability, $8.2 trillion worth of financing and investment is available in 10 growth markets until 2030. 50 billion has already been invested by Green Bank Network members in green activities, and much more through green bonds. Almost 1 trillion in sustainable bonds, as you've seen, by 2022. But you'll see that it's important, and this is a survey, what's the appetite for investors and stakeholders? And they say sustainable investment is right at the top. They prefer green investment. They are looking at sustainable time deposit, and I'm using the word sustainable here to refer to anything ethical, green, and responsible. It's just the go term for now. Tomorrow we may have a new term. Don't get hung up on these words, please. Like how we got hung up on blockchain, and now we're wondering, you know, where's the actual use case? So green project, it's all about benefiting, you know, the beneficiaries, those that are in need. But we find that green projects are a little bit lower in terms of the priorities. And what's missing right now is sustainable time deposits. We don't have adequate mudaraba facilities that are actually green or responsible. Now, there's a lot to talk about, and I'm going to summarize just with these 2 or 3 slides to end off with. How can we summarize all the standards, integrating Islamic banking as well? Well, the industry has taken these and has simplified it into saying, we're going to promote responsible economic activity, we're going to disclose more often, we're going to report more accurately, we're going to ensure that we protect and respect all stakeholders, including shareholders, because it can't be an imbalance. Islamic is not about favoring the poor and making sure that they build up at the detriment of those that actually provided the input. The shareholders, the stakeholders that are pumping up and supporting entrepreneurship in banks, they also need to be protected so that they can continuously actually invest and that risk sharing becomes a reality. And of course, we need balanced performance metrics in order to look at ethical banking that will be producing anything successful going forward. Now, this is a huge landscape. Just to give you an idea of ethical and cooperative banks' market share by 2020, you can see that their loan books have been increasing substantially in terms of deposits as well. Net equity has also increased to about 10.5%. So there has been a movement in terms of ethical banking objectives. They don't call themselves ethical necessarily, but really they are in a responsible sphere. We've tested about 57 banks with an ethical premise, and we found that there is a common trend in how they develop themselves. From the Islamic banking perspective, and this is where we see the gap that Islamic banks would need to fulfill, in particular, when it comes to stakeholder integrity and participation, transparency and fairness, we find, and we've ranked certain banks, you can see the little brands, logos there, and like Bank Australia, Banca Etica, Ecology Bank, Cooperative Bank of the UK, Triodos Bank. Each one of these banks, what they've done is, they've actually selected certain ethical premises. And they've said, this is the one we want to push forward. By the way, they have a holistic strategy of ethics, but when it comes to Triodos, you will find that their client relationship stands at priority. They do a whole lot of other things, but this is what it is. And when it comes to real economy and inclusivity, again, client relationship inclusivity, that's what Triodos is all about. Now the question would be to Islamic banks, have you selected your strategy for ethical and responsible going forward? It's a business initiative. It's the original sustainable paradigm of wanting to be a going concern in the next 20 years. That's why you do it, not just because you want to create a social impact and be a tree hugger or a do-gooder. You're actually doing it because you want to build your own business. And like that, we all need each other. Once the whole community is building itself, you will see a higher standard and hopefully an eradication of poverty, a better level of wellness. And Islamic finance plays a huge role in this. They have, alhamdulillah, been successful in doing a good job over the last few decades, but the game has changed, the landscape has changed. Now, in order for Islamic to fulfill that paradigm of what is ethical is not necessarily Islamic, what is Islamic is always ethical. You've heard that paradigm? What is ethical is not necessarily Islamic, but what is Islamic is always ethical. Unfortunately, that paradigm may no longer be valid. The ethical paradigm may have overtaken current Islamic practices, and therefore we need to pull up our socks and really fulfill that gap. And there's a lot of opportunity because we do have those policies in place. Forgive me for taking over any time, just to set the scene. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, as expected, we have a good warm-up. Now we have a boxer who box everyone here, from sustainability, Islamic banking, and everything. So, I think we'll try to go back to the reality again about what we can do, because it's, as always, I always wanted to have the plane landing properly. We have to look at the right runway for the aircraft to land. We can have a wide body that take us a distance, but if we don't have a runway, we cannot land the airplane. I think we have Datuk Ghazali here. Yesterday, he blamed the World Bank for where we are now. I hope he will not ask the same question today, because Hafiz is no longer with World Bank. Okay, we want to do a lot of things. We want to save a lot of things. We have a lot of, to a certain extent, non-commercial activities that we have to cover. Brother Hafiz, a lot of funds are required to achieve SDG and net zero target. How does the government manage the fiscal constraint just to make sure that the platform for the industry, the platform, the institution are in line with what we have in Malaysia?
Thank you, Mr. Makhtar. I think like Mr. Nick Sharizal and the Dr. Ziad highlight a very important thing about the, I think like Nick Sharizal highlight about the innovative financial instrument available. I think like Mr. Makhtar mentioned about the fiscal constraint. Yes, I think after the COVID-19, a lot of, it's not only Malaysia, I think a lot of government have the difficulty related to the fiscal. So that's why they need to be innovative. Even I think like globally there are certain fund available like the GCF, the Global Climate Fund, and then the Global Economic Facility. So these are example of the global fund available that can be tapped by government or even the private sectors. Even from the Malaysia, if you remember in 2021, the government issued the what they call a sukuk prihatin. This is a retail sukuk that embed the element of social finance like our topic today. So this is 500 million ringgit with 2 years maturity. I think last year already matured. So the element here is the retail investors, they are allowed to let go their profit. Meaning, I think if you look at the structure, the return is like, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's like 2%. So the retail investor, they can let go the profits. So there is an element of the social finance like we discussed today. So this is example of the structure, the innovative structure that I think it's not only Malaysia, maybe other entity also can explore. I think even last year, I think the AC and MOF, we did a workshop on the social impact sukuk or social impact bond. This is another angle that I think private sector also meaning can contribute in the social development project. Because I think, like I mentioned earlier, it's not will be the government responsibility. It will be shared together private sector. So the social impact suku is another model that can be explored further, how they can bridge between the outcome funder, angel investors, and the development project. So this example, I think that we need to be innovative. Like I mentioned earlier, like the suku perhatian, the social impact suku. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brother Hafiz. Brother Nick, Dr. Ziad talked about standard and framework. Yesterday, Dr. Tatiana from World Bank mentioned about challenges in implementation and also cost of compliance in her session. Yeah, so we want to do good things, but every compliance mentioned by the stakeholders is a cost. You as an accountant, as an auditor, I'm sure you are very sensitive on that. Okay, what are some potential risks and challenges associated with the social finance, and how the investor mitigate those risks while maximizing their social impact? And maybe to a certain extent later on, you can also share what is the way forward for social finance in this country, and how Islamic finance, again, facilitate the objective if you have missed out certain point in earlier introduction.
Thank you, Encik Makhtar. There are a number of challenges, and it's very important to understand the nature of the challenges so that we can appreciate the way forward. Now, in the context of social finance or SRI investments or ESG investments or whatever word that we want to put, in this discussion, one of the key challenge is measuring the impact of those finance or transaction, because it is one thing to say that I'm buying a green bond or I'm allocating my capital into an ESG fund, but how do you measure the outcome of those intent? This There are a number of framework available. So for example, if we look in Malaysia, Bursa, as I mentioned earlier, Bursa came out with 11 common indicators that covers many different topics from emissions to energy efficiency to labor standards and so on. But because of the complexity of the topic that we are talking about, I mean, let's talk about biodiversity. Everybody understands that biodiversity is very important. But how do we report whether a company or an organization is protecting biodiversity or not? How do we even define biodiversity? Is it in terms of percentage of concentration of different species? Or is it a percentage of forests not being cut down, or what, right? And same on the topic of diversity as well, which I completely support. So for example, there have been a lot of moves by organizations to put certain ratios for age, for gender, and ethnicity within their workforce, which is great. But also sometimes the question is, if you do that, is that enough to ensure that the bigger objective? Is diversity the end outcome, or is the end outcome justice for all, right? So there is definitely an issue, a challenge about measurement and reporting, which I think it is a natural and evolving issue, but I'm just putting it out so that it is something that we are aware that have to be addressed, and it takes evolution of standards and responses to actually get to that stage. As a matter of fact, I would even argue that this evolution is not unique to social finance. I mean, even in the area of accountancy and financial reporting, the world used to be using different standards for profit and loss and balance sheet, and now we have IFRS. So with time, you have that convergence of standards. Hopefully, this will happen with social finance as well. I think issue number 2 is about data, because the more, if you try to imagine, the more that you want to know how well is your money or capital being used towards socially acceptable outcome, then there need to be a lot of data which needs to be provided to you to prove that objective. And some of the data are quite complex. So for example, let's talk about climate change. Everybody understands that climate change is an issue. We really need to decarbonize our economy. We need to go net zero by 2050. Malaysia is also one of the signatories to the Paris Agreement to reduce emission to zero. But how do you measure emission? And I can tell you, as an auditor of emission numbers, it is a very complex framework. You have scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. There are certain formulas, and it is something which not everybody is aware about, or not all organizations are aware about. But having said that, we now live in an environment where if you are a regulated entity, you are required to disclose those numbers into your financial reporting. And number 3, I would call finally, is the moral hazard. Because of this pressure for organizations to start showing good numbers or good disclosure about how well they are doing in terms of environment, energy, health and safety, and so on, there have been a lot of scandals and crises. You've probably heard about a lot of crises on greenwashing being reported in the newspaper, where some organizations claim that they are actually more green, more socially responsible than they are. Now, this is of course something which, it's not unexpected, but the way that have to be addressed is through independent verification, regulatory framework, and so on. So anyway, that's my take on the challenges, the risks when it comes to social finance. I mentioned about data, I mentioned about regulations, reporting, and I also mentioned about moral hazard. But if you can give me another 2 minutes, I'm actually very interested when I saw the presentation by Dr. Ziad just now in terms of the problems that we're having as a community. I think in the end, this whole, to me, it goes back to what exactly is the problem that we are trying to resolve, right? Are we trying to resolve the absence of financial instruments in Islamic finance? or are we trying to resolve a bigger societal issue, which Dr. Ziad aptly mentioned? There is an increasing amount of inequality, different share of economic pie, and so on. So to me, I actually like to look at that I like to separate the issue of economic generation and economic distribution as two separate issues. So to me, I define, if we look at the large pie of FDI outflows in the world, right? They come from the rich countries. They come from United States, China, Japan, and so on. And if you try to study the correlations between what makes this country wealthy and the state of the economy, there is a lot of correlation between technological innovation and wealth. So the reason, this is a big topic, and I'm not going to provide solution to this question, but the point I'm trying to say is system, financial products, and contracts is very important, but it only solves one specific issue. But if our objective is to reduce inequality, to increase economic pie and wealth, for the community, I think we cannot run away from a more fundamental issues such as technological know-how, technical innovation, education, and so on. So I thought I'd just put that to send, perhaps to generate more discussion within our panel. Thank you very much.
Okay. I hope most of us still can remember the slide that shared by Dr. Ziad just now. I try to be a little bit, I know maybe some of you have this question, but that is also the first time that I saw that slide. But at the same time, we have Professor Dr. Jomo yesterday reminded us, be careful of what we wish for, especially for those untested mechanisms. From the slide shared by Dr. Ziad, it looks like that conventional finance are more ethical than Islamic finance. I don't know. If you notice some of the figures, some of the progress that he mentioned. Dr. Suraya yesterday from the Khazanah Research also mentioned about the impact of shelter as investment products and the needs to change to reinforce the value system. I'm looking at the situation whereby previously financial sector are looking at high jump. They have to jump high for their target and everything. And now all of a sudden they have to bend back and be like limbo dance. You have to bend, and then whoever that can cross the lowest bar, the better. So can you share with us, Dr. Ziad, where are you heading? Is it true that ethical finance is more, conventional finance is moving towards more ethical than Islamic finance? And how are we going to catch up from our side?
Yeah, that's a very important question. You see, Islamic banking began on the premise of being more ethical by highlighting one key prohibition, which is riba. Now, from the Shari'i perspective, riba is not the only prohibition. As important as it is as a prohibition, it is not the only prohibition. In fact, what needs to be looked at is the illah, or the underlying reasoning behind the prohibition, and it creates inequality. Primarily, it creates an unjust exchange of wealth. Now, if that is the premise, then anything that gives rise to that should be equally assessed in terms of its innovation and products and services. So this means that if Islamic banking and finance wants to play the ethical card, which they should be, then they have to be holistic. And to be holistic, it means that anything that they can learn from the other sectors around them that are promoting good, that should be the focus. Ultimately, the highest objective of the Sharia, according to Ibn Ashur, is dar'ul fasad wa jalbus salah, removal of harm and the promotion of good. So if this is the objective, then anything that gives rise to harm is something that Islamic finance and Islamic banks should be avoiding or even prohibiting. Now, is there a convergence that's taking place? Are conventional banks becoming more ethical whilst Islamic banks are standing still? Now, that's the question. Now, in Malaysia, you've got the value-based intermediation, which I've been a part of, to develop, to make sure that Islamic banks stand firm to the maqasid ethical premise. The idea is to maintain that ethical higher ground. And banks have actually come to the table and implemented that. But globally, this is the question. Are Islamic banks focused on the elimination of riba and, to an extent, gharar, and maybe, of course, gambling, and then calling themselves a purely ethical bank, whilst the conventional bank, excluding the riba, ensures that there is a higher level of literacy with the consumer, there is a support and compassion to the debtor. Yes, we have banks removing penalty on default, conventional. They are looking at removing compound interest. In fact, they are looking at having the intermediary income, which is interest, not being exceeding 40%, whilst service income is around 60%. So the bank itself, the conventional bank itself, is focusing on customer-oriented, responsible, service-driven income. Now, if that is the focus, then are Islamic banks achieving that already? Well, unfortunately not. They're not there yet. But, I mean, we have to be fair. Islamic banks have got so many hurdles to cross. They've got to force the square peg in a round hole. Sharia rules within conventional law, skills gaps, Sharia scholars learning finance, finance scholars understanding Sharia, product development and innovation that is there for the market that believes that Islamic means free finance, that Islamic means welfare. There are huge challenges that Islamic is trying to overcome, and now you're telling them, well, no, you're not done yet. You still have to comply with all of these ethical standards. Well, that is how it is, because you chose the Islamic card. So yes, you do need to play the responsible game. So I do believe that there will be a level of convergence if Islamic banks stand still. I don't believe they are standing still. They are making the effort. But in mature countries, they are making the effort. In countries where Islamic banking is starting, they still have a long way to go. And yes, it's a rough road ahead.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, I think just to add, I think this is when the Nick Shariza highlight about the issue on greenwashing. So I think if you look at budget 2024, the government also give an incentive for MRV. When you engage a third party to verify for the reporting purposes, meaning to avoid the issue on greenwashing. I think this is also linked to what Prof. Ziad mentioned about I can say like the reputational risk. There, if you look, this is based on my own observation. If you look at I think even in Malaysia and even globally, there is Sharia compliant companies, but I have an issue with the ESG, the S part, meaning like the issue like force level, for instance. So this is like reputational risk actually for the Islamic finance, right? So greenwashing is I think the main concern, especially from the investors. So this is something that I think Islamic finance, especially from the Sharia advisor, it's not only to ensure that you advise align with Islamic finance, but you make to make sure that it's aligned with all the ESG or the business practices that you adopt. This is to avoid the reputational risk for this company.
Nick, anything to add for that?
Yes, I think that the issue about, I would like to go back to data because to me, it is a big challenge that needs to be addressed in a strategic way, because many organizations talk about how they want to be socially responsible, ESG compliant, and so on. But how do you make conclusion that your objectives are being achieved? So let's say if you put an objective, for example, none of our funds must harm the environment. It sounds quite straightforward, but the signs towards harming the environment can come in multitude of ways. So the question is, has all the risks been assessed? Are we defining it as making sure that wastage are minimized? Are we talking in terms of minimizing emission? So to me, the details matter because without the data, without the information, there is a risk that organizations might end up into the wrong conclusion because they don't have the right data. So that's my view.
Thank you. I think both Prof. Ziad and also Brother Hafiz mentioned about the needs of our Sharia scholars to be more colorful. Same goes to Nick when we talk about more knowledge beyond Sharia. A bit of promotion. That is what ASAS has been asked to do. So we are doing the crossbreed between converting, not to say converting, adding value of scholars with Sharia background with technical knowledge through our CSA program. And we are also educating the technical people that have accounting, finance, legal, economic background with more Sharia knowledge so that the task given to ASAS is basically to close the gap between those two different backgrounds. We are also now in the midst of doing a succession plan because we do know that most of the senior scholars in the industry are in their 50s and 60s age because they've started Islamic finance together in the early 90s and late 80s. So, inshallah, we'll try to, we need all your help for us to proceed with that. Okay, we talk about limbo and high jump, we talk about risk, we talk about so many things. Can we get a question from the floor just to make sure that the panelists can take a rest for a while? I hope so. I hope that there's not burning question from the floor. Any question? Yes, please, brother. In the middle there. Can you just state your name and then be brief on your question? Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Muhammad Mira Jasir. I would like to direct my question to Dr. Ziad. Since 3 days, we have been talking about humane economy and sustainable economy, and our more focus was about social Islamic instruments. My question is, do risk-sharing contracts in Islamic banking, do they have potential to cater the social issues of the society? Can their application by Islamic banks really cater these social issues? Thank you.
Can you repeat again your question? Sorry.
Risk-sharing contracts such as Musharaka Mudaraba, application of these contracts by Islamic banks or Islamic financial institutions, can they really cater the social issues of the society? Can we count it as a ethical banking or socially responsible banking?
That's an interesting question. Let me ask you a counter question. In affordable housing, which is a social initiative, if an Islamic bank utilizes a risk-sharing structure like a musharaka, mutanaqisa, or a pure musharaka, that means that the ijara portion, the rental portion of the musharaka, must be linked to benchmark rates, which is municipal rates. If municipal rates go up in rental, that means that his installment goes up. You agree? If it goes down, then it would go down. But if you look at trends, trends don't mean that they would generally go down. They generally go up. My question to you is it a positive social impact for that same person who is on a tight budget and he has very carefully, carved out his salary for the month of what's going for the house, what's going for the car, what's going for education and food, now that the fluctuation of risk sharing causes his installments to go up and down. What do you think? Is that socially responsible? Okay. The reality is risk sharing is a core element and the spirit of Islamic finance, without doubt. But it has its place. And if you're going to force it on aspects of social issues, trying to solve social issues with risk sharing, then you have to be very careful in the products and structures you select. Risk sharing works well at the higher level, which means that when you're looking at a finance sector, you've got one level, let's call it the top level, which is your venture capital, private equity, and your full-blown startup risk. That's where the capital goes in, and you can lose everything, or you could make 100 times more. And then you go down to commercial banking, and then retail banking, which is the middle income level, servicing people with housing finance and motor vehicle finance. And then you go to social finance, which is your development finance institutions. They support affordable housing as well, and they support entrepreneurs just coming up. Now, at that level, if you are going to use risk sharing, then the disadvantage for so many of those trying to just rise up may be quite huge. It may be more detrimental. So to answer your question, I would say in my view, and in my current opinion, the risk sharing needs to be placed in context. It needs to be structured so that it's truly benefiting the beneficiaries you try to target through what we may have perceived as what is more Sharia compliant. Only because of our own biases. And we've picked that up from scholars or academics that have pushed forward risk sharing is Islamic finance and there is nothing else, and debt does not exist in Islamic finance. Unfortunately, in my current view, that approach and premise is seriously flawed.
Thank you. Yes, brother. We start with the brother in front and then the sister. I hope you don't mind. Thank you.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. My name is Muhammad. I'm from Ethiopia. My question is largely goes to my brother from South Africa. جزاكم الله خير. الله يطول عمرك. My first question is, how was the COVID-19 pandemic reshaped our understanding of social finance role in addressing economic disparities, and what innovative strategy can be employed to strengthen social finance system for future global crisis, if there is any. My second question is, in light of the economic challenge and the disparities highlighted, how can social finance be strategically evolved and integrated into the mainstream financial system to enhance resilience and equitable growth in future global case again? My third question is, sorry, how can we encourage wider participation in social finance, including individuals, institutions, and impact investors? And my last.
Can you, we stop at third question. Can you repeat your third question, please?
The third. Okay. How can you encourage wider participation in social finance, including individuals, institutions, and investors?
Okay.
My fourth, the last one.
Three only. We leave it to three, and then we get the sister behind for her turn. I hope that's okay.
I'm going to be tight and brief. There are three questions, and perhaps the honorable panelists can add more. The first question around COVID, what did we learn? Well, we learned some harsh realities. One harsh reality is that we relied, as African countries, we relied on the West to create vaccines and then send that down to Africa. That didn't happen on time. What got sent to Africa were vaccines that were close to expiry. This is the reality. And the way Africa had to mobilize themselves is South Africa and Nigeria partnered to establish a vaccine laboratory and start producing their own. And that's how they could curb COVID-19 within the region. Now, that gives us an important lesson that it seems we haven't learned as yet, because using a social finance initiative through potentially the OIC, Ethiopia included, we can establish a fund that will support just vaccine development. So a Waqf fund that can support vaccine development for African countries, OIC countries at large, that's the broader initiative. COVID-19 also taught us that our current economic policies are seriously defective. And that's why it just is very strange for economists to continuously criticize and criticize how the World Bank and everyone has done things when they are the ones that drew up the policy. It's economists that actually developed this. They've used the statistics to draw up the theory from there. So it seems their theory is flawed. So economists really need to look into themselves and say, what have they done for the benefit of mankind over the last 50 to 70 years? Now, on the Islamic finance side, there have been excellent initiatives in COVID-19. For example, I'm looking at some of the sponsors here for this event, like FWD Takaful. I don't want to point out any specific brands, but they have done an excellent job in really supporting those that were in need during COVID. As Takaful helped Takaful, they established a fund. They were not the only ones, but they established a fund and they were quite forward-thinking. The government of Malaysia established a fund to support small to actually micro entrepreneurs, because we had a lockdown here, an MCO, a movement control order, and a lot of people went out of business. So this fund was able to support them to at least go digital, and these are the type of things that are Islamic. You don't need the badge. This is an Islamic initiative where you are supporting those that are downtrodden. So what can we do in the future? Look at potential reserves, look at education and literacy so that we can rebound from these disruptions more quickly. Your second question, how have we integrated social finance into banks? And Ethiopia is a good example. Social finance should not be seen as a welfare initiative alone. It should not be seen as an NGO, NPO initiative, and that's where it is. Ethiopia is one of the leading countries in cooperative structures. You have exceptional cooperatives, very large cooperatives, and that cooperative uses microfinancing to support your customers. That in itself is a social finance initiative. So Islamic social finance, takaful, is cooperative finance. Although we understand takaful as insurance, but takaful is originally cooperative mutual assistance financing. So that is already a perfect transition or an enhancement, if you want to use that. And Co-op Bank of Oromia, for example, is an excellent example of how that has been mobilized. There are other initiatives. So a quick answer is you can implement responsible microfinancing, responsible end-to-end microfinancing, not conventional microfinance. You can implement zakat-based blended finance structures, which we have done here already in Malaysia, and we have done it in Pakistan. You can implement a waqf platform for crowdfunding of businesses, which has been done here again through the My Waqf platform and other initiatives. You can implement a government approach like Etiqad, which has been implemented in Malaysia, where you have participating banks that have implemented certain entrepreneurship funding structures. You can implement, and these are all projects we've been directly involved in, so I'm not giving you, the last one you can do is you can implement an SME digital platform for microfinancing where you can onboard clients through an AI. You may say, well, how can this be done? It's just a plug-in. You don't have to be a tech wizard to do it. You just have to plug in existing modules into your core banking system that can take care of onboarding clients that you wouldn't onboard because of their credit history or their lack of credit history and their track record. The third question, impact. Impact, more specifically. What was your third question? If you could just repeat the third question.
Shall I change my question?
I know you said impact of social finance. No.
My third question, how can we encourage a wider participation of social finance, including individuals, institutions?
I think that's happening already. I think that people are incentivized by higher profits. Doing good is all well and good, but they don't want to sacrifice return for doing good. And that's fine, because when the GFC took place, 2007, 2008, you saw a decoupling of ethical investments with conventional investments. There was a spike. That means ethical investments began performing better. People started thinking, maybe the way we were doing things is not really good. Let's try something else. And they did that. And ethical investment started, rising. And then it started, again, stabilizing. And then we had a 2015 crisis. And then we had pandemic. And then again. Right now, there's a 50 basis point spread between ethical ESG investments and conventional investments according to along the S&P 500. I think that is incentive enough to move towards ethical. It's no longer a sacrifice of return. It is, if I want to be more profitable, I need to be more ethical. And that's Ayn Rand's philosophy, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think just to add, like Dr. Ziad mentioned about the ITEC card, I think it's something that can be explored. So during the pandemic, I think this is Zakat and Waqaf fund have been leveraged. The key point here is if you have a well-structured, good governance on Islamic social finance institutions, so during the pandemic, so you can see this the benefit when you have the proper structure. So like Dr. Ziad mentioned about the ITEC card, how the Zakat and Waqaf fund has been used to support micro, small, medium enterprise by providing the Qardul Hasan, the benevolent loan. Even if you look at the data, I think even World Bank also have published a report that in terms of Zakat and Waqaf fund has been used in Malaysia during the pandemic to support the needy. I think almost 100 million ringgit that has been collected and been used other than the federal government support. So this is also the Zakat and Waqaf institution also use that fund to support the needy during the pandemic.
So maybe I'd just like to share, some stories from COVID-19. So when it happened, what I noticed was that the people who lost their jobs were not only people who are, in the B40 category, but what I noticed at that time, there were many people who were engineers, pilots, professionals, highly educated people that lost their job. And it wasn't easy for them to, despite their high education, despite their expertise, to actually get another job. And it is true that during that challenging time, our institutions, Zakat, Waqaf, and so on, played a tremendous role in terms of helping our citizens. But my concern is this. Do we believe that this is the last time that a pandemic like that would happen? If you speak to the scientists, because of degradation of our environment, many scientists are predicting that this wouldn't be the last one. And even if you take away the risk of viral or pandemic, the issue of climate change, of flood, we can see in this country how the instances of flood have been increasing in severity and also frequency. And every time flood happens, people lose their life, they lose their house, people lose their homes. So I think the point is, I feel that having a structure, institutions to support is important, but at the same time, we need to also think about wealth generation. I take another example. I think we have fantastic products in terms of takaful. Our takaful industry is very well developed in this country. You have all kind of takaful which are linked to various performance and investments, you name it. So I think the issue is, it's not about the choice of takaful products, and yet many of our vulnerable communities are simply not covered by takaful, and the reason is not because of lack of products, but because of lack of wealth. Which brings to a bigger issue, because when you think about it, it is correct, when we look at the state of the global economy, the whole world has gone more unequal. If you look at economic reports, economists have all kind of ratios to measure inequality. One of the ratio that they use is Gini ratio, which look at the level of inequality. From Asia to Africa to Europe to Japan to United States, almost all Gini ratio has actually shown that our world is becoming more and more unequal. And our economists actually get together and discuss this and say, what's the reason behind this? There are many theories. But what it seems is that even though globalization has actually invariably helped to grow our economic wealth during the last 20 or 30 years, but it seems to favor a certain segment of society or people with capital, people with specific knowledge, and people with specific network. And those community or people benefit, and those without capital, know-how, and network don't. And I think this is a bigger issue that we have to address, because I think structures and products can actually help to a certain way, but at the same time, we need to think about how to increase our economic wealth so that we can build bigger social net for our community. And my last point, this issue is not just in a developing country. Even in the UK, NHS, they are struggling with resources to maintain that system. I mean, NHS, or National Health System, is one of the really, I feel, famous medical system that covers all the in Britain. But even they are suffering from the lack of financial resources. So I think this is a big issue that we need to talk about.
One very quick comment, and the UK has just sprung up a quick idea. I know that for the last few days, social finance has been a key discussion. I'm an advocate of social finance. I teach it at INSAFE University. But I want to make it clear that, in my view, social finance cannot be the be-all and end-all of any financial strategy or economic policy. It is only there as a fallback mechanism. It's there to support those that are really in trouble. And if you make it your key policy, you are heading for disaster. The approach of an Islamic finance strategy should be supporting SMEs. It should be supporting entrepreneurship and business development. It should be promoting economic growth through infrastructure financing and development, not welfare and charity. That is because of an imbalanced economic policy. That's why you would have that as a result. But remember, that is an ailment. That can never be the overall strategy of an economy or finance, and definitely not Islamic finance. So be very careful. Don't suddenly think Islamic banks and finance now all need to become social finance institutions. I'm not advocating that. I think that will be disastrous. It's just that we're talking about a high level of responsibility, ensuring that those that are in trouble are supported, but they are given a hand up, not a hand out.
Thank you. The sister there, can you introduce yourself and be brief? One question, not three.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. I'm Zarina. I was the former acting CEO and CEO of the Malaysian Institute of Economic Research. I'm actually serving my notice and I've resigned. So I'm taking a break and I'm happy to be here. My question really is, I've been here for 3 days. This is the last day. And I was really hoping that that the esteemed members of the panel can actually, in a very succinct, concrete manner, recommend some policy recommendations specifically for Malaysia, especially, for example, Bank Negara. There was this. I came in a bit late, and I think it was Dr. Ziad? He was just sort of summarizing the landscape very nicely. It's very nuanced. Like he was saying that that the Sharia experts are trying to find out more about how banks operate and sort of try and apply what they know, and the conventional bankers are trying to appreciate Islamic finance. So the situation is what it is, right? But he also commented that Islamic banking sector chooses to remain still, while the conventional banks are trying to be more ethical. A side remark is this, the question, do you think that Muslims, firstly, do you think Muslims in Malaysia complicate this effort to try and create ethical banking by insisting on labels, window dressing and labels, and does it get in the way, and it sort of makes this struggle even more difficult than it already is? And secondly, are we actually making headway in Malaysia, or are we stalling? Are things getting better, or they're not? I want a specific, clear answer. That where were we before COVID, or even a decade ago? Where are we today? And I really hope that from your answer, there would be some concrete, clearly articulated recommendations that could be implemented by the policymakers. Don't know, are my questions clear?
Thank you. Can we take another question, then we try to cover both? No, gentleman at the back there, near to Prof. Mus. At the back there, the third row from the behind, sorry.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Salam.
My name is Muhammad Nahar Muhammad Arshad from Department of Economics, IIUM. The first question is, from the perspective of all the panel members, what's the projection of these two industries between Islamic finance and Islamic social finance? Will these two go separate paths, diverging, or they will converge? Converging for me mean Islamic finance do repentance and they are more responsible. And then on that dimension, when we talk about sustainability also, what's the industry's perspective when the other side of the globe are killing people, and here we are talking about sustainability, and none of the financial sectors, for example, maybe when we talk about sustainability, are interested to invest in weapon development. The same with the case of vaccine just now. So how do we put ourselves in the context of defense? When we are here, sometimes sounds naive talking about sustainability, yet that's important. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we start with the ladies? A question just now? Anything? Anyone? From the industry. Industry, policymakers, or players? Rosiat, you want to start?
Well, yeah, it's a huge question. I mean, I think you know it's a huge question, what policy recommendations are. I am not a policy expert. I'm only going to give you some observations, and perhaps quickly, maybe I'll try to answer your second question first. That's an easier question. Are we standing still in Malaysia? Malaysia is like a sandbox for Islamic finance of the world. We have divided the world into 3 phases of Islamic finance maturity. Malaysia is in phase 3. There's no one else in phase 3. Bahrain is at the borderline of phase 3. But Malaysia is really still far ahead. And Islamic finance development indicators, clearly depict where Malaysia is. Is Malaysia moving forward or standing still? I think that tells you that Malaysia is not standing still. They are moving forward. I could be in any other country that supports Islamic finance. I chose Malaysia because this is the most sophisticated Islamic finance environment in the world. It gives you VBI, it gives you VBIT. No one else in the world has done anything close. The Securities Commission has issued a Waqf framework for Waqf unit trusts. Seriously? Which Securities Commission has done anything close? It's given 17 principles on maqasid as an application in November 2023. And like that, I mean, we can talk about the milestones. The fact is, Malaysia is not standing still. Have they got it right? Well, that's the sandbox nature. You're going to try and test and fail and continue to develop, but everyone is clear on what needs to be achieved. They know that it's social impact and responsibility. They know that they need to keep the shareholders happy, but they know it cannot be to the detriment of the customer. So when it comes to that from the industry perspective, and I work a lot with the industry, they are very focused on this responsibility strategy. So I would applaud the Malaysian initiative in Islamic finance, without doubt. Now let's talk about, policy recommendations for Malaysia. Now, there are some challenges. In particular, on the finance side, when it comes to cross-border Islamic finance, that's a huge challenge in Malaysia. In particular, you've got, Malaysia issuing certain types of contracts which are not compatible outside Malaysia. Now, that is only about 5% of the overall contracts in Islamic finance. Generally, there is a compliance between Malaysia and the rest of the world. But there are contracts like the repo or the SBBA, the Bay'ud Dain, and the approach to, particularly the approach to the sale of debt, and even sukuk and the sale of sukuk debt. These structures are unique to Malaysia. They have assisted Malaysia in developing the market, but now if Malaysia wants to play the global game, they would need to adapt, and they need to become a bit more standardized to what the globe is offering. It also means that the globe needs to become a bit more sophisticated to match Malaysian level of development, because there is that gap. You don't have to regress, you have to progress, and it's important for that to happen. Other policy issues like tax. I mean, tax is an issue. It's not necessarily competitive enough, in particular when you talk about sukuk. You don't find many dollar-denominated sukuk being issued in Malaysia because it's not competitive. All dollar-denominated sukuk are issued out of DIFC in Dubai. So why is that? Because it's competitive. So reform on policy can focus on that level as well. Foreigners, like myself, we have a major difficulty in opening up bank accounts in Malaysia. It's not regulation. It's not an issue that banks are not allowed to open up expat accounts. It's the choice that banks make because they feel it's too risky to open up a foreigner's account. You can go to other countries that are more advanced as financial centers, and you will find that they allow foreigners to open up because there's so many advantages. Foreigners can now invest into Malaysia because they have a bank account. They can actually use this as a second home more than MM2H. They can use it as a base, as a second base, just because they can deal with their financial issues. It adds convenience, it adds potential for investment. So policy changes need to take place around those issues. There are a few other things, but I think that we can stop there.
I think just to add from Dr. Zia, if you look at Malaysia, the evolution on the Islamic sustainable finance, I can say. So in 2014, the issuance of the SRI Sukuk framework by the Securities Commission, that's the start, the evolution, meaning the harmonizing between the Islamic and sustainable finance. And then I think like Bandara also did a great job on issuing the value-based intimidation. If you look at the value-based intimidation, for instance, there is, I think now they have like 9 sectoral guidance in terms of which sector, for instance, E&E, renewable energy, manufacturing, construction, how this kind of industry to be aligned with the ESG or SRI, for instance. And then Bandara also issued like the CPPT, and AC also recently, I think last year, also issued the SRI taxonomy. So many of these, if you look at the meaning from the efforts taken by the financial regulator, even Bursa, in harmonizing between the Islamic and sustainable finance, I think it's something that I think, like Malaysia context, we know what the best tailored to our market. It's evolved, meaning it will be transition. We cannot, fully adopt like the international, the EU standard, for instance, but we try to harmonize, meaning transitioning from the, at least we have something that I think try to be aligned with the global standard. Because like if you look at the globally, meaning I think like recently even the EU also start introducing like the CBAM, the carbon border adjustment mechanism, for instance. So if you look at the data, I think several OIC countries have exposed to this kind of the restriction. For instance, whoever supply the electricity, cement, steel, for instance. So that's why I think from meaning the Sharia compliant companies, they also need to be aligned, especially if they're exposed to the global trades. Thank you.
Let's try to answer we have to answer the question from Yan just now, talking about the conversion between Islamic finance and social finance, and also the challenges of also addressing the issue in the other side of the world when we are not here preparing for supporting the defense industry, as well as also actively involved so that we will not be another round of impact sectors when come to another round of pandemic. Any take up from anyone? Where are we? How should we be part of that?
Thank you, Jay Martha. So maybe I'll just take the specific question about, you ask about Islamic finance and social finance, whether there will be convergence and so on. I think it's a matter of definition. The way that I see it is that social finance is a subset of Islamic finance or any form of finance. Because if you look at Islamic finance, it covers all kinds of transactions, not just for social purposes, but for business purposes. We have Islamic finance for infrastructure projects, to buy a house, to buy a car, to start a business. And we also have Islamic finance, which deals with social finance in terms of wakaf, takaful, and so on. So I think it's not a matter of whether they're divergent or whether they're converging. They're part of the same picture, and they are a subset of each other. They cannot be detached. That's my personal view. But in the end, it goes back to definition and how you define it. Then the answer could be different. Now, in terms of the second question, to me, there is a larger issue, which I'm not sure if I have the competence to answer, larger geopolitical issues that's happening between countries. Not my area of expertise, but I think within the humble position that we have right now, I think that the right strategy is we tackle what we can do to address the issues that we have. And I do think that we have a lot of issues that we need to address together as a community. In terms of wealth generation, in terms of income inequality, education, and so on. I think that's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Okay. We have about 15 minutes to go. I would just entertain one more question. I think the privilege of Mr. Gentleman there on the middle, I think he raised the hand first. I know, we can go on until tonight, Q&A, but we have to stop somewhere. Yes. Yeah. Sorry, he raised his hand before you. I have to be justice to him.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Omar, previously as banker, and now I'm doing my PhD in Economics and Islamic Economics from IIUM. I would like to point out a very important point from Professor Dr. Ziad, where Islamic social finance should aim for a long-term goal and also a wider perspective by supporting the economic situation and economic surrounding or economic grounds. And this is also a huge problem actually for us in Islamic economics, where we also try to,
2 minutes.
We try to also converge with Islamic social finance. However, from our perspective, it is social finance that's trying to run away from us, rather than we trying to run away from social finance. In other words, many resources due to financialization trend right now, many resources available actually belong to finance industry, not the economics. Hence, without the data from the economy, Islamic economy especially, you cannot understand how people behave, how people will choose Islamic finance products, how much they are willing to choose the Islamic financial products without knowing and understand the people, the economic agents, the situation of economy on the ground. And this is very important to Islamic social finance to also open new opportunities. Especially, I would like to suggest very long time ago already, Islamic banks are supposed to have a position for Islamic economies. In conventional banks, they have economists, top graduates from economics to, to forecast to them, to read the economic conditions for them. But up until today, Islamic banks, they rely to forecast expertise from conventional economists rather than hiring Islamic economists. So it's supposed to be, they are also supporting and also encouraging people to go to Islamic economics in order to support the Islamic social finance industry. Thank you.
Thank you. When I joined the bank back in 1983, I saw one guy just sitting in the room every day reading newspaper. I told him, wow, it's lucky you. Every day you just read a newspaper. After that, only I know that he's an economist. So by the end of the day, he has to brief everyone about what happened and what's going to happen. Okay, in the interest of time as well as for the purpose of ASAS, Association of Sharia Advisors in Malaysia, I hope we can take the last question after this, but before we proceed to the question from the floor, I think let me take the opportunity to pick an idea from the panelists here on your advice to Sharia committee members, Sharia fraternity and Sharia secretariat, Islamic finance backbone, on how we should help addressing this topic of our discussion. How the Sharia fraternity is supposed to help in navigating the path of economic sustainability and community empowerment. Is a big word in Islamic social finance in their function at the moment. Anyone? Maybe Dr. Ziad first, because it was Nick just now.
Firstly, I'd just like to say that although I may not be a member, I see that Asas has done exceptionally well over the last few years in developing Sharia scholarly talent. Because what's happened globally is that Islamic banks have increased their range in terms of product innovation and structuring. There are new Islamic banks, there are mergers taking place, and Sharia scholars have always got to ride that wave to understand exactly what's taking place. And the capacity building around Sharia scholarship has been a huge challenge. And when anyone asks me outside, how can we help build our scholars? It's a common question even in Ethiopia, for example. Then I always point them to Asas, because Asas has a clear strategy, a clear framework on developing Sharia scholars with financial knowledge, economic knowledge, accounting, auditing knowledge, and they have to go through a very rigorous program in order to continue sitting on Sharia committees or being Sharia officers, etc. And this bridging knowledge is essential because the future is multidisciplinary. It's multidisciplinary in that a Sharia scholar must understand technology, he needs to understand accounting and auditing, he now needs to understand sustainability, responsibility, and how ESG works. What are all of those standards that have been issued? And then I think what's very important is he needs to know how it is integrated within Sharia decision making. We have initiated that through IOFI. There is an exposure draft out already on Sharia decision making. And what we tried to do there was instill maqasid sustainability practices with measurables for Sharia scholars. So they don't tick boxes on, okay, there's no interest, there's no gharar, there's no gambling, but also, have you complied with ESG matrix or matrices? Have you looked at sustainability indicators? Have you looked at social impact indicators? This is a core tenet of the Sharia. Why has it been ignored? Simply because it was not objectively written out. Now that we are learning, we can put it in. Sharia scholars have no excuse. They should be embracing this and including it, integrating it within the Sharia decision-making process.
Yeah, I think like what Asas do today is very good effort in harmonizing between the Islamic and sustainable finance. Like we shared earlier about the issue on greenwashing, reputational risk. This is something that I think the Sharia scholar need to pay attention, because once you approve any certain product, you make to make sure it's aligned with the sustainable or ESG, because it's part of the reputational risk that need to be avoided. Thank you. Just short one.
I think what I'm going to say is, rather than advising a Sharia scholars what should be done, I rather frame it in terms of, I share some of the struggles that other professions have, or the accounting profession have, in terms of nowadays, all of us are expect to know more than what we are traditionally were trained for. Like for me, I was trained an accountant. We were taught about financial information, credit risk, investments. And now accountants have to learn about biodiversity, about emission, about climate change, waste management, energy efficiency, and so on. And I see that trend will affect many other professions, not just accountants, but lawyers, bankers, industrialists, and so on, and potentially, the Sharia profession as well. That is my hypothesis. So I suppose, the sharing is, we are facing a brave new world now, and it is something that all of us have to be prepared for. Thank you.
Okay. If I were to entertain a question. I think I have to be fair to the gentleman in the middle there. I have to go by the by the arrangement. I'm sorry. Yes, sir. Be quick and then be brief. Introduce yourself.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. My name is Mohammed from IIUM, Kulliyyah of Economics and Management Sciences. If you take countries outside Malaysia, for instance, Ghana or Muslim minority countries, you realize that even though Muslims would like to have Islamic banking and finance, they are constrained because in those countries you cannot raise that matter. And so when you relate it to the development of Islamic banking and finance in Malaysia, we look up to Malaysia, for instance, to see that they advance their services to countries like Ghana and other Muslim minority countries. So in this regard, to look as if the Islamic banking sector in Malaysia feel as if they are content with whatever they have. So it's like they are not willing to venture outside the borders of these countries. Can we relate this to a failure in terms of, if you look at it from the Sharia perspective, is it a failure, or can we also relate it to a social finance perspective in terms of constraints in that connection? Thank you.
Okay. As we all know, there are about 80 countries all over the world at the moment that have Islamic finance activities. So I'm sure they have diverse background, diverse progress. Some countries started Islamic finance about the same time with Malaysia. I don't want to name the country. In 1983, they're still around 8 to 9%. And we are, of course, as you said, we are already 43, 46% at the moment. So is that an issue for us to go out and share? I think we have other way and means to share our experience. Don't forget, we are 50 years old. We have bruises, we have cut. You know, we lost certain tooth sometime because of the trial and error that we went through. Yeah.
Malaysia has been prominent in sharing expertise. When you want to study Islamic finance, where do you go to? You are at IIUM. Aha. We have so many students from so many parts of the world here attending INSAFE University, IIUM. Why? This is the contribution of Malaysia. Malaysia can't be in every other country, but they can contribute through capacity building, strategic advice. How many delegations come to Malaysia every month? And they come to Bank Negara, they come to the universities, they come to the institutions seeking advice. You know the challenges in Africa and elsewhere. Geopolitics is a nightmare. Political objectives are selfish in most instances. Economies are flailing. Why would Malaysia want to be exposed to so much of risk when it's already, trying to establish its own growth pattern? On your question on minority, I have to be very frank, and I get this comment over and over, but I might sound harsh, but I see it as no excuse. Constraints as a minority makes little sense to me unless you are living in a country that is directly against Islamic banking. And there are very few. India is a typical country that's directly against Islamic banking. I say this openly because they've said this openly. However, when it comes to a country like Ghana, look at South Africa. What's our Muslim population? 2%. 2%. We started Islamic finance in the 80s. We have 10 major financial institutions offering Islamic finance. All the major conventional institutions have banking windows, unit trusts. The pension fund of South Africa invests in Sharia-compliant unit trusts. No excuse that you are a minority unless you have a clear law that says you can't practice Islamic finance. Even then, you can make an effort to change it.
If I can add to that statistic, I mentioned about 80 countries all over the world that have Islamic finance practices. There are 20 countries, including Malaysia, that have a centralized Sharia committee at the moment. Out of that 20, we have Malaysian present as the Sharia committee in 6 of that country. So that is also how we supportive we try to share our knowledge and we try to bring in our experience. But at the same time, we wanted to learn from other countries as well. I'm sorry, I'm supposed to be the moderator or the panelist now, but I'm on stage. Sorry. I hope everyone enjoyed the session. We are in the last 2-3 minutes of our session today. I hope we can meet up over coffee later on. I know that some question would be pertinent to certain people, and some question should be answered openly for the benefit of everyone. But in hadith, it says we have to stop somewhere before we are full, you know. So we try to follow the hadith, inshallah. And thank you very much for being very patient, and thank you very much for being with us. For those who can read Malay, please drop by at Asas booth outside there and collect a book, historical about Islamic finance in Malaysia. I'm sorry that these books are in Malay and it is not for sale. Please visit Asas booth outside there. So wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah, on behalf of all the panelists, the organizer and everyone, we sincerely apologize for any shortfall. We don't plan to address anything beyond our capacity, and looking forward to see you all again. And wabillahi, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. I would like to invite Asas team. We have some special souvenir also to the people on stage, to the panelists. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Jazakallah khair Encik Makhtar and our esteemed panelists for the very engaging and interesting panel session. Seems like almost all the questions were for Prof. Ziad. So, alhamdulillah. Congratulations. After this gift-giving ceremony, I would like to invite all the panelists to take a group photo. And ladies and gentlemen, please remain in the hall. I do have a few announcements to make before we go for our tea break. Right. Excellent. Thank you very much, esteemed panelists and our dear moderator. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this panel session. In fact, of the end of all the panel sessions and plenary sessions that we have over the last 2.5 days. Alhamdulillah, congratulations, and thank you very much for staying this long, all the way from the first day until now. But the conference is still not over. We still have another session after this, which is the action plan moving forward, and as well as the closing ceremony. Now, for those of you who are not aware, if you would like to catch up with all the papers, slides, presentations, and the poster presentations, and the speaker bios, it is all available on the website, as well as some abstracts of the papers are also available in the course program. Conference program booklet that you have in your bags. And next, for those of you who have not done so already, please register your attendance today with the QR code that was shared this morning, which is also going to appear on the screen right now. Yes, thank you. If you haven't already, we would like to know how many people actually turn up on the day. And lastly, we will go for a half-an-hour break. And when I say half an hour, I really do mean half an hour, with all due respect, because after the half-an-hour tea break, we will begin with our session for the action plan and the summary of our conference for the past few days with the conference chairpersons, then followed by the closing ceremony and the closing address by Yang Berhormat Dato Sri Diraja Dr. Zamri Abdul Qadir, the Minister of Higher Education of Malaysia. With that, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I will see you after the break, inshallah. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please be back here. Bye.
education.
مولاي صل وسلم دائما أبدا على حبيبك خير الخلق كلهم مولاي صل وسلم دائما أبدا على حبيبك خير الخلق كلهم محمد سيد الكونين والثقلين محمد سيد الكونين والثقلين محمد سيد الكونين والثقلين والفريقين من عرب ومن عجم مولاي صل وسلم دائما أبدا على حبيبك خير الخلق كلهم مولاي صل وسلم دائما أبدا على حبيبك خير الخلق كلهم هو الحبيب الذي ترجى شفاعته هو الحبيب الذي
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem Negaraku and the IIUM anthem.
Let's lead the way, lighten the future, share the wisdom to the spirit of Islam. Revelation and reason shall excel, shall prevail. Merging faith and knowledge, we the Khalifa, we will fulfill the Amanah. Together, we make the world a better place. Forever, expand the culture of Iqra. IIUM is to realize the meaning of Rahmatan lil Alamin.
Thank you. Please be seated. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, praise be to Allah, the cherisher and sustainer of the worlds, and blessings be on our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his family and his companions. Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Diraja Dr. Zamri Abdul Kadir, Minister of Higher Education, His Excellencies, Heads of Diplomatic Mission in Malaysia, Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Professor Emeritus Zulkifli bin Abdul Razak, Rector of the International Islamic University Malaysia, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Professor Emeritus Dr. Muhammad Azmi bin Umar, President International Association for Islamic Economics, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Muhammad Muazzam bin Muhammad, CEO of Bank Islam Malaysia Berhad and Platinum Sponsor for the ICIEF 2024, Professor Dr. Garu Zazmi bin Madgani, Dean of Kulliyyah of Economics and Management Sciences and Conference Chairperson, Professor Dr. Muhammad Aslam bin Muhammad Hanif, Conference Co-Chairperson, honorable guests, sponsors and strategic partners, distinguished speakers, participants, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. Alhamdulillah, praise be to Allah the Almighty for His grace and mercy that we are gathered here today. On behalf of the organizing committee, we bid you Selamat Datang, Ahlan wa Sahlan, and welcome to the 15th International Conference of Islamic Economics and Finance closing ceremony. We are also very honored to have our Honorable Minister with us today to grace the closing event. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, without wasting much time, let us begin our closing ceremony with the conference summary delivered by Professor Dr. Muhammad Aslam Hanif, the co-chairperson for the organizing committee.
Bismillah. Wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Yang berhormat Datuk Sri Diraja Dr. Zamri Abdul Kadir, Tan Sri Rector, Your Excellencies, Tan Sri Rector, Datuk Professor Emeritus Azmi, Datuk Muazzam, Group CEO of BIMB and our Platinum Sponsor, Prof. Gairu, members of the Board of Governors, IIUM, two of my lecturers who are sitting here, Prof. Syed Osman Al-Habshi and Datuk Jamil Osman, colleagues, members of the organizing committee, respected speakers and guests from overseas, brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It gives me great pleasure to say these few words at the beginning of this closing session in the form of a summary, and later on Prof. Gairu will continue with the action plan. Now, before we move on, I need to mention that this conference, in many ways, this conference is only beginning. Although this is the final session, but we have a very unique feature of this conference. Yeah, so we'll speak about this in a while. But this 15th edition of the International Conference of Islamic Economics and Finance is held for the 4th time in Malaysia. And Alhamdulillah, IIUM has been given the trust to organize it. This is the 3rd time we are organizing it. And it also coincides with our 40-year anniversary of the university. The theme that we chose, driving the agenda for a sustainable, humane economy, and the acronym is SHE, is a work in progress. It involves the understanding of the current state of Islamic economics and finance, as well as it relates to the theme, as well as to plan the future course of action. It's also unique, as I mentioned, because this time, for the first time, we look at the conference as a three-phase event. So things don't end today. In fact, some may even say it's only beginning. In meetings with the Minister of Finance too, who chaired the steering committee, it was proposed and agreed that deliberations, ideas, and recommendations should not end on the 22nd of February. Reform is a work in progress. There are three phases. The first phase is the conference, and then we're going to have a post-conference agenda where the discussions that we had here are going to be detailed in more details, going to be discussed, and hopefully to be presented in phase 3, which is going to happen at the end of May. And tentatively, we are choosing 20th to 23rd May. 20th May, if you all, for IIUM staff and students, this is the year that the articles of memorandum of IIUM were passed, and we were established on the 20th of May, 1983. So there's 3 phases. A little bit of background on the number of attendees. We did surpass the 600 number mark. Plenary speakers, paper presenters, government officials, representatives from NGOs, industry practitioners, and policy makers, the local Ministry of Economy, KRI, EPF, and international agencies, World Bank, UNDP, United Nations, and I forget this, Economic Security for West Asia, please forgive me if I got that wrong, and Islamic Development Bank, who have been with us for a very, very long time, and the future Islamic economics and finance leaders, the students of IIUM and of other universities, altogether representing approximately 50 countries. The format of the conference, we began on Tuesday with the premier address by Yang Amat Berhormat Perdana Menteri, Prime Minister, and the tone was set for us to embrace reform and renewal, Islah and Tajdeed. The need for innovative thinking and continuous striving for excellence, and to utilize the Madani framework which was put forward by the government of Malaysia based on its 6 key pillars: sustainability, care and compassion, respect, innovation, prosperity, and trust. So besides the premier address, we had 2 keynote addresses, 4 plenary panels with 16 speakers and 4 moderators, 3 parallel paper presentations, about 50 papers, 2 symposia, and a report session. I think this was yesterday, with about 15 speakers. And we have today the closing address by the Honorable Minister of Higher Education. These are the main insights or findings of the conference. Now, it's not a resolution document, so I'm just picking out 10 you could say points that we are going to develop further. Firstly, there is an urgent need to reevaluate current frameworks of development and to embrace an innovative agenda that represents the Islamic concepts of reform and renewal in order to move towards a genuinely more inclusive framework for human well-being based on the 6 principles: sustainability, care and compassion, respect, innovation, prosperity, and trust. The conference also gave a lot of attention to the Islamic principle of universalism in enhancing social cohesion, social equity, and human dignity. There was a call to define clearly what a sustainable humane economy was or is, and to enhance efforts in developing comprehensive, multidimensional measures of the sustainable humane economy in the local context. There was a need to have a critical view of unfettered financialization that poses serious challenges in order to achieve sustainable and humane economy. A finance reset, or actually an economic and finance reset, is needed to ensure it serves the real economy and has a positive impact on society. There is a need to go beyond narrow legalistic forms of Islamic economics and finance to realize the higher objectives of the Sharia, which we were told consists of not only the 5 hifz, but the general as well as specific maqasid for different areas, including economics and finance. For example, given by Tan Sri Azman in his keynote, transitioning beyond the halal economy to halalan tayyiban, as we have in the Quran. We also need to transition from shareholder to stakeholder models in Islamic economics and finance to help achieve sustainable humane economy. We need to work together towards a circular and regenerative economy to achieve sustainable and humane economy. Achieving sustainable and humane economy requires detaching and liberating ourselves from the dominant consumerist, materialist value system. Achieving sustainable humane economy necessitates effective communication between all stakeholders as well as implementing transitional strategies. And finally, responsible and accountable public funds management and social responsibility of private finance is crucial in realizing sustainable humane economy. Wallahu alam. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Prof. Next, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Gairuzazmi Madgani, who is also the chairperson of the organizing committee of the 15th ICIEF Malaysia and also the Dean of Kulliyyah of Economics and Management Sciences, IIUM, to deliver the action plan.
Berbahagia Datuk Professor Emeritus Dr. Muhammad Azmi bin Omar, President of International Association for Islamic Economics, Professor Dr. Muhammad Aslam bin Muhammad Hanif, Conference Co-Chairpersons, Honorable guests, sponsors and strategic partners, distinguished speakers, participants, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So I am given the hard part. Prof. Aslam's given the easier part. So what do we have to do? But before that, since we have the student over here, and to remember Prof. Anas Zarka advice that we have on the first day. Let me just go through a few economic first, because this is a conference on Islamic economics and finance, and try to summarize these few days in just a few words before I go to the action plan. I will not explain what I'm going to say, so hopefully the students that we have over here, because the student that's going to be over here, hopefully in 10 years, you are going to be in the 16, the 17, the 18 International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. So my summary for the conference: one is Nash equilibrium for the private provisions of public good is not Pareto optimal. So you have to think about that. What does it mean? And those are the things that we have been talking about for the past few days. The Nash equilibrium of private provision of public good is not something that is optimal. Because it is not optimal, something needs to be done so that it is going to be optimal. Okay, second one. We always have critiques of Islamic economics and finance. So when Tan Sri Azman Mokhtar talk about CAP-M, so remember CAP-M, you have risk-free asset, okay, and you have equity premium puzzle. So try to relate those two, and then you also need to think about arbitrage pricing theory. So why, if you are able to understand that, then you'll be able to digest what we have covered for these 3 days. Okay, so now we can talk about the action plans that we have to do, not just for the conference that we are going, the conventions that we are going to have in May, okay, but also a much longer time periods that we have to think about. Okay, so let's go here. Okay, so we have over there 3 phases of the conference. Mana dia punya ni? Okay, so these are the action plans that we are thinking about, since UIA, IIUM, as the Secretariat of IFFE, International Federations of Islamic Finance Educators. So we have to think about, first we have to think about the education part. It's the first thing that we have to look at, okay, that we have to come up with, is we have to develop consensus for Islamic economics and finance curriculum in relations to sustainable humane economy. Because currently, if we look at the curriculums that we have to synchronize the curriculum. Everyone have to agree what are the important things that need to be covered. Okay, so that everyone are on the same page. Okay, what is Islamic economics? What is sustainable humane economy? And at the same time, the workshop's going to produce relevant teaching materials and improve human resources in Islamic economics and finance. We have jokes when we talk about teaching material for Islamic economic and finance. Where is the book? So now we have to come up with the relevant material. Prof. Aslam have come up with the book Foundation of Islamic Economics. So hopefully everyone will be able to have the books and everyone have the same ideas. What are the foundation of Islamic economics and finance? Okay, so second one, so we have the academic part. Okay, what you have in terms of lecturers, what we have to do, okay? And in terms of research, okay, sustainable and humane economy research. So we have to look at the foundational research on sustainable humane economy. So these are the topics that we have been talking about for these 3 days. Measurement of human well-being, financializations, meaning, scope, and impact. What's the meaning of financializations? What is the impact of financializations? Okay? And D, in terms of the research that we have to concentrate on, is the higher objective of Sharia in relation to sustainable humane economy. And this is the hardest part. Okay, we have to think about, we have to come up with a white paper on sustainable humane economy. So we have to start coming up with a paper. What needs to be done so that in the end we are going to have an economy that is sustainable and humane. We have to identify the scope, the nature, the key attributes, the framework, and the mechanisms of this sustainable humane economy. For the past 3 days, there's a lot of mention about SDG, okay, Sustainable Development Goals. And people have been talking about saying that okay, when we talk about Sustainable Development Goal, when we talk about sustainable development, we are just talking about environment. Okay, but if you look at the Sustainable Development Goal, there are 17 goals of that SDG. There are 169 targets. There are 232 measurable indicators. So if we go back to how do we measure well-being, the Sustainable Development Goals have provided us some of the tools that we need to use, that we need to have when we talk about what is sustainable development, what is humane. So it's not just about environment, And why we talk about environment? Because in the end, we want to talk about the people, we want to talk about the rakyat, we want to talk about the well-being of the rakyat. For the well-being to be good, okay, for us to achieve falah, okay? So we need to have environment that is sustainable. So the white papers is going to be looking at that. Okay, so for the short term, if in between now, today, and the conference that inshallah is going to be held, or the convention inshallah that's going to be held in May. So these are some of the things that we have to do. Okay, so we talk about the need to have that white paper for sustainable humane economy. So to do that, we are going to organize workshops on sustainable humane economy, where we are going to invite participants, not just from the academics, policymakers, from the private sector. So so everyone is going to come up with an idea. Okay, what is sustainable humane economy? Everyone are on the same page. What is sustainable humane economy? So back to SDG. Okay? When we talk about SDG, UN have come up with indicators so that everyone on the same page, what need to be achieved. And what need to be achieved are the 200-something indicators. So maybe something that is similar to this, to that sustainable development goal. When we talk about sustainable humane economy, what are we trying to achieve? And everyone have to be on the same page what we are trying to achieve so that the economy is sustainable and humane. Okay. Similarly, when we talk about measurement of human well-being from Makkah Sharia perspective, okay, so we always say, no, maqasid dah ada, so we have that maqasid, okay, but we have not come up. How do we measure the maqasid? Okay, whereas SDG, United Nations, have come up with what are the things that need to be, what are the things needs to be measured. Okay, Islamic Finance 2.0. So if you attend the Asas Symposium earlier in the morning, okay, we are talking about what is the next step for Islamic finance. Okay, so what is the next step for Islamic finance? So we are talking about this Islamic Finance 2.0, where the Islamic finance is going to be a tools that will be able to assist us, will be able to help us to achieve this sustainable humane economy. Okay? And the last one, we just have a meeting with the International Association of Islamic Economics, okay? One of the hosts of the events. Okay? We have to come up with an Islamic economics blueprint. Okay? What is Islamic economics? So if we say fiscal policy from an Islamic perspective, okay, what is fiscal policy from an Islamic perspective? If we are talking about labor policy from an Islamic perspective, what is labor policy from an Islamic perspective? So inshallah, so for these 3 months and later, okay, we'll be able to do this. Okay, so with that, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Prof, for the very thorough action plan. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite the Honorable Professor Emeritus Datuk Dr. Muhammad Azmi Omar, the President and Chief Executive Officer, International Center for Education in Islamic Finance and President of the International Association for Islamic Economics, to deliver his closing remark. Please welcome Datuk.
Dr. Zamri Abdul Kadir, the Minister of Higher Education, His Excellencies, Heads of Diplomatic Mission in Malaysia, Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Profesor Emeritus Zulkifli bin Abdul Razak, Director of International Islamic University Malaysia, Professor Dr. Gairus Zazmi bin Matgani, the Dean of Kuliyyah of Economics and Management Sciences and Conference Chairman, Prof. Aslam, the Conference Co-Chairman, honorable guests, sponsors, and strategic partners, distinguished speakers, participants, and members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh, and a very good afternoon to all of you. So today, right now, marks the conclusion of the 15th edition of the International Conference in Islamic Economics and Finance here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Why I use the word Kuala Lumpur? Because the conference started in 1976 in Makkah, al-Mukarramah, the first conference. And the Association for Islamic Economics was established subsequent to that conference in Makkah, al-Mukarramah. And the association has always been an international association. Members from the prominent Islamic economies, both in the Middle East, in Southeast Asia, in Europe, in America. So this is the oldest association that works on Islamic economics and, of course, finance. I was given the task, unfortunately, to be the president of the association late last year. I would say unfortunately because there are many friends here who are in the council. Because I have to wear many hats. But the important thing is that being somebody who has been a banker, a developmental banker as well, and academic, we see the importance of developing Islamic economy beyond Islamic finance. I think always we talk about Islamic finance, i.e. Islamic banking as a solution. And in any conference, you would have the debate, Mudarabah Musyarakah, Murabah from the 80s until today. But Alhamdulillah, we see today that the government of Malaysia, including our neighboring country, Indonesia, are looking at utilizing Islamic economics as a policy tool for the country. If I can recall, even in a neighboring country, one of the ministers asked me, Pak Azmi, do you have Islamic economic policy tools for the country to implement? As the world now looks at the failure of the current economic system, we move towards now what we call stakeholder economy, incorporating both individuals, shareholders, plus other parts of the stakeholders, including communities, nature, environment, and so on. So we're looking beyond just focusing on shareholders' interests. And Islamic finance or Islamic economy from the beginning has been talking about that, looking at the overall interest of the stakeholders in delivering what we call our objective, that is, to achieve the higher objective, maximizing potential benefits to the humankind and minimizing harm. And we call that Maqasid al-Sharia in the parlance of the Islamic economics Sharia language. So today, Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri, the association has been for 4 decades. We have been working to develop this. And what we intend to do in this particular case, as being mentioned by both Prof. Gairu as well as Prof. Aslam, is that we have a meeting, council meeting this morning. We will prepare a policy, or I wouldn't call it a blueprint because blueprint requires a lot more work, but given that the time we have until May, we're going to prepare a white paper or policy paper on Islamic or what we call policy paper on sustainable humane economy, Madani economy, but based on the Islamic economics principles. I think that's the focus. We'll prepare that paper and we present it in this coming May convention. We believe it's the right time now for countries to use the Islamic principles in guiding the development of the country. We want to look at how fiscal economy, how monetary policy, and addressing those issues faced by the country. So this will be some of the policy positions that we'll put forward in the coming May. And the good thing for your information, our members have always been working very hard to promote the development of Islamic economics. and to the extent that we spend our own money to promote that as well, you know. But given that, we hope that even the Ministry of Higher Education will consider that Islamic economics is an important area to be supported, and mentioned earlier on about having focused research to really ensure that Islamic economics, it should be the big brother rather than the younger brother of Islamic finance. Should be the big brother and more support the elder brother, support for the development of Islamic economics, you know. So in this way, we can support not only curriculum, research, and also, my important comment here, I am worried about having the next generation of economists, Islamic economists. I think if you look at the key people here, either they have white hair, white beard, or white mustache like me, you know. So we need to get those people with black hair, you know, to be part and parcel of this agenda to ensure Islamic economics becomes and continues to be important, not only in Malaysia, but also in countries that have significant Muslim population globally. So again, with that note, I thank IIUM particularly and the organizing team for willing to host the event. You know, maybe I put it in Malay so that our friends, kita ni menumpang nama the association. All the work done is essentially done by the IIUM team. Okay. You know, but as always, we work smart. Collaboration. That's the important thing. So again, I thank everyone, those who are here today, the sponsors, the organizers, plus our Prime Minister as well, who have been committed and spending the time. And he even told me before he went into the car to say that make sure May event we will have, you know, a paper from the association. So we are fully committed, and we want to see that this thing will be realized. Again, thank you very much. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dato. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the highlight of today's event. Now let me respectfully invite Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Diraja Dr. Zamria Abdul Kadir, Minister of Higher Education of Malaysia, to deliver the closing address of the 15th ICIEF Malaysia. Please welcome Datuk Sri.
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Yang berbahagia Tan Sri Rektor, yang berbahagia Profesor Emeritus Dr. Muhammad Azmi. So he described himself as not old, neither young, with his mustache appearance. Well, Dr. Azmi, sometimes hair is deceiving. Not only seeing is deceiving, but hair is also quite deceiving. You know why? You can find people with white hair, but they are not that old. But people with black hair, but they are indeed quite old. You know, for obvious reason, they will color every part of their person. Yang berbahagia Dr. Ghairul Azmi, Dekan. Yeah, it's good to listen to your lecture just now. It reminds me, refreshing my ideas on the economy, some of the economic theory thought by our great professors here in front of us. Professor Said Osman, Professor Nad Jamil as well. And also, Dr. Azmi was our great teacher as well, especially on the law of demand and supply and the theory of maximization of the limited resources. Brother Aslam, my colleague, and also my classmate, Sister Rosita, who is now a great professor. Sometimes you have to be smart to learn from the great people. So Aslam was one of those great people. I learned from them. They remain as professor. Now I am a minister. I must confess, I was not a good student then. But of course, we pass every exam, though. Because we have people like Aslam, like Rosita, like Professor Kamel. Professor Kamel is not here today. Oh, that's a great man, another great man that we all learn from him, including Aslam also learned from him. And my dear friends, it gives me great pleasure to be in the assembly of great people, great minds, scholars, reformers, agents of change. Aslam jokingly told me, make sure we are always the agents of change, not change agent. As we gather here today, at the culmination of this 15th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance, let us remember this important point. We have not simply been discussing economic theory and financial models. Much more than that, we are fulfilling the task that we are called upon to subscribe, to fully subscribe, that is, as a vicegerent of Allah. The conference may come to an end today, but remember, the real work has just started. We follow some of the recommendations just now, including the needs to have a white paper. So Dr. Azmi, you must make sure the paper must be really white, in and out. For the government to consider. Thank you very much for the proposals, and I'm looking forward to having it and to discuss further with your groups. This constant striving to improve the conditions of humanity and the world we live in is part and parcel of what human beings are meant to do. And we remember our great professor is here, Dr. Said Hosman, when he reminded us, because at one point, when we joined the university, some of us are not from English medium stream, including myself. I couldn't even speak, couldn't understand English words properly. Furthermore, to construct a proper sentence. We remember those years. And one day we went to see him. Sir, after following the class, I don't think we can follow this because we don't even understand what the past tense and present tense. Oh, this is a real story, though. Yeah, to differentiate between is and was, we have to go to the dictionary. That was a difficult time, but he always gives us one reminder and advice. One great advice from him is that never give up. And the biggest room in the world, he said, is the room for improvement. That's why we take that advice and we struggle for that 4 consecutive years. It's very difficult years, though. However, we pass. Pass. Okay lah, pass to pass. Okay, pass, okay. Not bad, though. What I'm trying to tell you here is that, of course, we have some problems in understanding the Islamic economy, although it was quite foreign to many people those years. And we remember the great debate we had between one great bankers in the country. Maybe some of you already shared that story here. Between the Islamic economy and the conventional economy. When one of these great bankers told us why any product of the so-called Islamic economy or Islamic bankings is always expensive than the conventional one. So he gave the analogy between the slaughtered chicken and the non-slaughtered chicken. Which one you want to buy? Of course, you want to buy the slaughtered one. But the slaughtered one is rather expensive than the non-slaughtered one. So as a Muslims, you have no choice but to go for the more expensive one. Of course, he created debate then among ourselves. One of the most important points we raise is that why the slaughtered one is more expensive than the non-slaughtered one. Then the debate was on and on and on, but it really developed the levels of maturity and the levels of inquiry into the Islamic economy as what we have today. And finally, in Malaysia, after certain years, with the strong support of the government, we have so many Islamic economics and Islamic finance institutions, such as, including some of the banking system practiced in Malaysia. Although the banks probably is not Islamic, the practices, some of the modes of transactions introduced. They even create some of the counters to fulfill the requirements of the Muslims in the country. So this is one of the very important the success stories of our Islamic economy and Islamic banking in Malaysia. Of course, since then, we continue our debate, healthy debate, about what constitutes the best Islamic banking and Islamic economy. But I believe that we need to have more debate, discussion, healthy debate on the Islamic economy. I think we have developed quite extensively in the area of Islamic banking. But we need more studies in the area of Islamic economy, such as what we are proposing today in this conference, to have more sustainable human economy or Islamic economy. We have to continue our efforts to have scholarly discussion among ourselves and to engage the world at large to understand and to deliver our proposals of the right economic system to the world, and also to provide solutions to the current issues, crises of the world that we are facing today. I don't know where I'm going to start my speech again. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you not as a minister of higher education, but as a fellow advocate of reform and the need to continue working for a better future for mankind. This is what I was taught in the IIUM or UIE. I believe this is what all university graduates need to internalize and manifest. Reform to better humankind and the planet. This gathering, a meeting of minds and hearts of academics, industry players, and policymakers, serve as a powerful reminder that collaboration is key to any successful agenda for change. For any policy agenda to succeed, we need 3 Ps: political will, people, and right policies. As far as the first P is concerned, I believe Malaysia has the political will. The current unity government, led by Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Seri Anwar Ibrahim, has proposed the Madani framework, and this framework provides full support to attain a sustainable, humane economy. The theme of this conference resonates deeply with the core mission of our Prime Minister: reform and renewal, Islah and Tajdeed, a central concept held very dear to the Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim. In this agenda, higher education plays a critical role in shaping the future we all desire. The education system produces the second P. We produce the people, the human resources needed to design and implement change and reforms. Our universities and colleges are not just repositories of knowledge, but crucible of innovations and incubators of change. In universities, minds come together, ideas are tested, and solutions are born. The Ministry of Higher Education is not solely concerned with imparting knowledge and skills. We are committed to cultivating responsible and human beings, global citizens, individuals equipped to address the complex challenges of our time. We strive to foster critical thinking, ethical leadership, and a deep sense of social responsibility. In my address to all stakeholders of Ministry of Higher Education recently, I coined the term membina otak dan watak. How do you translate? Literally translating as to build the mind and character. This is very important for us as we are facing today's world. You need to create a holistic personality. It's not only a balanced one, but at the same time, we have to tell the others, because our education system sometimes tend to forget another dimension of human character, human personality. I just came back last night from Japan. And the mission to study, to see how Japanese education system develops and produce their technical experts in the field of engineering and others. We visited several institutions. And to our surprise, probably we ignore the importance of this country in terms of their curriculum development. Because there are countries out there, actually, already developed their comprehensive curriculum development. One of its institutions in Japan is Kosen. This is very similar to our polytechnic here. And one of the main themes of this Kosen is to produce a balanced personality where they produce as much as they want to produce an engineer, but they also gave equal emphasis on building personality of the engineer. This is what they call producing a social doctor. Yeah, I was asking them, what is social doctor? They are not medical doctor, they are just engineer. No, they said, the doctor, they are the doctor who prescribes solutions to the people, the right panacea to the society. If you are engineer, you must work along with your society. You cannot just work for your own self-interest. This is quite interesting. That's why they infuse these values in the Japanese people. And this Kosen Institute, which is very similar to our polytechnic, has produced so far more than 500,000 engineers and technicians to the country. That's only one institute. But I went to other institutes as well. It's very much similar. In other words, it is not something strange for us to this country to infuse these values. As much as we hear some people outside there are complaining, questioning why we have to have this integrated curriculum. They said if you want to produce doctors, you just produce doctors. You just produce engineers. How do you Islamize engineer? They said. You know, as much as they say it, they even question how do you Islamize English language? Yeah. But there are peoples out there, there are countries out there has been doing that. It's a good reminder to all of us to see this. And the roles played by the IIU since 1983. Therefore, I want everybody who comes here, who come to study to URA, and who take the lead in URA also must understand the unique characteristic of URA. Yeah? A major challenge for any society, and this brings me to the third P. Having appropriate policy. Generally, impactful policies must be solely driven by data, science, and economics. The policymakers must convince the public that spending out an amount of resources on specific outputs, those proposed intervention programs are linked to the desired outcomes and intergenerational impact through the solid body of accumulated data and empirical findings. Such policies would naturally allow us to achieve intergenerational well-being beyond simply material success. What is termed sejahtera in the Malay language, a much wider meaning of prosperity. Yeah, the concept of sejahtera, I think this was also alluded in one of the write-up of the rector as well. The concept of sejahtera and makmur. Sejahtera is a multi-dimensional, multi-layers concept that we need to understand. It's not only producing the personality which has this quality of makmur for the purpose of economic prosperity, but also it's more than that. It consists of instilling your values, your character. That's the type of society that we want to produce. Ladies and gentlemen, sustainability is not merely a worldly concern, but a reflection of our faith. By nurturing the earth, we honor Allah's creations and fulfill our duty as responsible vicegerent, Khalifa. Justice and equity are fundamental to a human economy, or wasatiyah, is our guide. However, wasatiyah does not merely mean moderation. As stated by our great teacher, Al-Marhum Tan Sri Professor Emeritus Dr. Muhammad Kamal Hassan, wasatiyah also implies justice, excellence, and balance. This must be our guide, especially in a heterogeneous society like Malaysia. We must avoid excesses of all kinds. Aslam just whispered to me that tomorrow it's a 1 year since the passing of our great professor. Let us take this opportunity to honor our great mentor, our great teacher, Professor Kamal Hassan, with the recitation of Al-Fatiha. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Allahumma aghfir lahu warhamhu wa'afihi wa'afu. Ladies and gentlemen, the discussion, presentation, and resolutions from this conference must provide input that align to our educational ecosystem with the goal of sustainability and human well-being. While the ministry has been carrying out reform in our education system over the decades, let me reiterate some key areas where I believe reforms needs to continue as an exercise to improve further. First, curriculum transformation. There is an urgent need to relevantize our curriculum by infusing it with more science, math, and the most modern technology from preschool levels to tertiary. Such an approach is paramount to creating well-rounded citizens who are well-positioned and empowered to face, navigate, and thrive in the 4IR digital economy in the sector, in the creator mode that is producing technologies rather than as mere users of technology. Modern tech is seriously expanding the range of measurable phenomena and an arsenal of research tools allowing us to better fulfill the real ultimate vicegerencies of the earth. Second, fostering interdisciplinary research, knowledge and skills development. This is crucial for navigating the complexity of the 4IR reality and beyond, where innovation more and more often arises at the intersection of multiple disciplines. This approach accelerates the pace of discovery, promotes holistic solutions to complex global challenges we face, and engenders resilience and adaptability, positioning societies to thrive in an increasingly interconnected and dynamic world. Also, there is intense urgency to spearhead the efforts towards the development of a robust local quantum ecosystem to empower domestic businesses and reduce dependency on external sources. The speed of the technological process has been accelerating exponentially. Third, empowering social entrepreneurs. Let us cultivate a culture of innovation within our universities, specifically encouraging and supporting social entrepreneurship initiatives. These young minds hold the potential to develop businesses that address critical social and environmental issues while creating positive economic change. I'm happy to note that many papers in the conference were in the area of socio-economic and finance. Fourth, building bridges. To translate knowledge into action, we must strengthen partnership between universities, industries, and civil society, and of course, government agencies, or they call it triple helix models. By leveraging each sector's unique expertise, resources, and perspective, this partnership can accelerate the development and implementation of solutions that benefit society, the economy, and the environment. The Ministry of Higher Education will continue to support collaborative research, including in this niche area of Islamic economics and social economics that does not get sufficient attention from the Islamic banking and finance industry. So Dr. Azmi, you can put forward your proposals to me. I think we have also many the like-minded personalities in our ministry who will extend their help to you. And you yourself are quite familiar with my ministry. We have people here, so some of them are my friends here. Dr. Hamza is here. If you can find me, you find Dr. Hamza. Especially in terms of getting this. This is a great man here. Fifth, empower small-size individuals' economic sector. 4IR exert unprecedented equalizing power, allowing economies of scale and efficiency to be achieved at any levels. Therefore, this power, especially the innovative fintech models, must be harnessed to equip the individual small players rather than the big-scale producers and aggregators to demote wealth concentration in the hand of few and avoid all feared technological unemployment. So we are allowing it. Now we are proposing, it's one of our main agenda and my ministry agenda. I'm not using my agenda, but my ministry agenda, all of us, we have come up with our programs to push forward with this kind of activities among our students. 6, credibly address food security. This is another issue. This is a very big issue today in the world. When we talk about Islamic economics, one of the critical areas is food security as a cornerstone of economies and the key aspects of future resilience against the backdrop of seriously shrinking Earth's resources. Food security significantly benefit from modern tech and fintech. Many of you have been to many developed countries. If you go to Amsterdam, Denmark, Amsterdam, and many other places, cities in the world, you can see how they develop through the latest technology in terms of producing more foods, and also they develop the agriculture sector. National food security built effectively leads to greater food availability and affordability, lowers food expenditure as a share of the overall household spending, and leave a larger proportion of the national income available to be spent elsewhere. This has far-reaching implications, such as increased aggregate demand for other industrial goods and services, soaring national GDP, increased political stability, and overall techno-socio-economic progress and well-being of the nation. The Ukraine-Russian war is a good lesson to all of us, where the countries now needs to plan properly for the future on food security. 7, engendering core unity philosophy. As a multi-ethnic society, we need to realize and materialize that human transformation is not only being smart, but also highly united and principled in sound ethic and morality. Only under this banner can the good use of science and technology for the benefit of all be achieved. This conference has been a call to action. Listening to our professor just now, there are numbers of actions to be taken, not only by the government, not only by our universities, but also by other sectors, particularly the private sectors as well. This conference has been called to action not just for those here today, but for the entire higher education community. I would take up some of those, if not all. We must leverage our collective knowledge and resources to become catalysts for positive change. By doing so, we can ensure that future generations inherit not just a strong economy, but one that thrives in harmony with our planet, foster the well-being of all its inhabitants. Ladies and gentlemen, as a conclusion, here are some key takeaways to propel us forward. One, as far as the economy is concerned, growth, productivity, and efficiency must go hand in hand with striving for a sustainable human economy. These are two sides of the same coin. It is not feasible to try to achieve one without the other. Our academics need to present innovative ideas on how best to do this. Two, innovation is our engine. Let's keep pushing the boundaries, exploring new technologies, embracing creative solutions to complex challenges. We can learn from the best globally, but we should also never forget our rich heritage and traditions. Three, collaboration is key, not competition. No single entity has all the answers. We must work together across sectors, disciplines, and borders to share knowledge, resources, and best practices. I'm very happy to see this conference consciously brought together academia, industry, and policymakers, both from Malaysia as well as globally. Four, action speaks louder than words. So in our Malay, we always go, jangan cakap-cakap saja. But I don't translate literally from that. But it is the Malay expression though. Ataupun in the people from the north always say, jangan duk cakap besar saja. While the time for thinking and talking never ends, we must be able to also translate our inspiration and ideas into concrete actions and implementable policies. I look forward to discussing with colleagues from the Kulliyyah of Economics and Management Sciences. We still have our great professors here. Professor Syed Osman is one of them. IIUM and other co-organizers about the post-conference agenda that was mentioned just now. Bring forward your ideas and suggestions on how we can work together in curriculum improvement, as well as research initiative to achieve our vision for a better future. Thank you to your IIUM celebrating its 40th anniversary for being the core drivers of Islamic economics education for the last 4 decades. Without being biased, despite being a proud alumnus of the IIUM, of the Department of Economics, I don't think anyone can doubt, I don't think anyone can doubt the contribution and impact IIUM and the Kulliyyah of Economic and Management Sciences in particular has made in Islamic economic and finance education, both in theory as well as in practice. Not only in Malaysia, it's not only in Malaysia. I just want to tell some of the representation from the world bodies here. It's not only in Malaysia, but I think, in fact, I met many of them, the graduates of IIUM, regionally, globally as well. They have contributed significantly to their respective countries. When I was a foreign minister last year, I visited 47 countries within that 47 years. I'm sorry, Professor Sano, I couldn't to visit your countries, of course, despite all your several calls of me. I visited 47 countries. But in many countries I met some personalities. They introduce themselves, Datuk Sri. I know they call, when they call me Datuk Sri, I know they know it's a Malaysian culture. Because otherwise I'd never allow them to call me Datuk Sri Diraja, because it's very difficult. Like in Japan yesterday, because they wanted to call Diraja, how to say, which one is your first name actually? But I told them, just call me Zamri, it's okay. Yeah, they called me Datuk Sri. They said, I'm a IIU graduate. Oh, yeah. Numbers of personalities, not only in Turkey, in some of the African countries, even in Indonesia regionally, here in ASEAN. So congratulations once again to UIA, IIUM, Kuliyyah of Economy. As the Minister of Higher Education, I remain steadfast in my support for the collective journey towards a better future. So, to the organizers of 15th conference, it is your duty now to keep the momentum going. Now I pass the baton to you, back to you. And the work for continuous improvement, ever relevant. So you don't have to come back to me later on the next year if I'm still around as a Minister of Higher Education and said, Dr. Zamri, you are supposed to do this and do that. But first, I pass this responsibility to you, Aslam, Dr. Azmi, the deans, and the rest. Please make sure all recommendations and the outcome of these conferences must be realized. When I come back again next year, I want to see some of the points already implemented. Once again, may Allah bless our efforts and guide us towards a future where prosperity and compassion flourish together. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Datuk Sri, for the incredibly informative closing address. With that note, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Ustaz Muhammad Rashid Rida bin Muhammad Shukri from Tilawah Division, Salpet, to recite the dua. Tafadol, Ustaz.
الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد صلاة تنجينا بها من جميع الأهوال والآفات وتقضي لنا بها من جميع الحاجات وتطهرنا بها من جميع السيئات وترفعنا بها عندك أعلى الدرجات وتبلغنا بها أقصى الغايات من جميع الخيرات في الحياة وبعد الممات. Ya Allah, Ya Rahim, in this blessed afternoon, in conjunction with the closing ceremony of 15th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance 2024, we are grateful for your endless mercy and rahmah. We ask for your blessings, Ya Allah, that you may ease the progress flow, so it may benefit us. Allahumma la sahla illa ma ja'altahu sahla wa anta taj'alul huzna idha syi'ta sahla. Ya Allah, there is nothing easy except what you make easy, and you make the difficult easy if it is your will. Ya Latif, Ya Rahman, bless us with tawfiq and hidayah. We pray to you, Ya Allah, for everyone here today, greatness, peace, glory, and prosperity. Let our goals always align with what you please. اللهم اجعل أول يومنا هذا صلاحا وأوسطه فلاحا وآخره نجاحا. اللهم اجعل أوله رحمة وأوسطه نعمة وآخره تكرمة ومغفرة. اللهم لا تدع لنا ذنبا إلا غفرته ولا هما إلا فرجته ولا دينا إلا قضيته ولا حاجة من حوائج الدنيا والآخرة إلا قضيتها برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين. تقبل الله منا ومنكم.
Shukran jazilan, Ustaz. We have come to the end of our program. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to take this opportunity once again to thank Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri, all distinguished guests, and all present today. Before we end, there will be a photography session, and I would like to invite all the VIPs to take their places in front of the stage. I would like to invite all the guests to stand so that we'll have the pictures taken from the stage. All right, request from the photographer. We need to have all the participants from the right and the left side to squeeze in the middle. Okay, do we have everyone in the picture? Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to invite everyone to enjoy the exhibitions as well as lunch. I shall close this session with lafaz wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
مولاي صل وسلم دائما أبدا على حبيبك خير الخلق كلهم. مولاي صل وسلم دائما أبدا على حبيبك خير الخلق كلهم. محمد سيد الكونين والثقلين. محمد سيد الكونين والثقلين. محمد سيد الكونين والثقلين والفارقين من عرب ومن عجم. مولاي صل وسلم دائما أبدا على حبيبك خير الخلق كلهم. مولاي صل وسلم دائما أبدا على حبيبك خير الخلق كلهم. صل وسلم دائما أبدا على حبيبك خير الخلق كلهم. ثم الرضا عن أبي بكر وعن عمر. ثم الرضا عن أبي بكر وعن عمر. ثم الرضا عن أبي بكر وعن عمر وعن علي وعن عثمان ذي الكرم. مولاي صل وسلم دائما أبدا على حبيبك خير الخلق كلهم. مولاي صل وسلم دائما أبدا على حبيبك خير الخلق كلهم. يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا. يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا. يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا. واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم.